Okay, I think we are getting online now. So, everyone, welcome to the stream today. Today, we are testing out some games. Thank you for coming today. So, just let me know in the chat if audio sounds fine. But basically, we are testing out this new M5 MacBook Pro. So, this is the M5 chip. I'm running this in 1440p. So, it's squished down into this 1080p stream, but you might be able to see it when we get to the games. Hopefully, you'll still see, still be able to see everything. But yeah. Basically, we're running the 24 gigabyte MacBook Pro, and we'll just get the details up so you can see. This is the 24 gigabyte version with 18 CPU cores and 20 GPU cores. So it's not the lower end base model, it's the standard model, non non-degraded version. Yeah. And we're going to be doing some games testing. I still also have the M5 Max as well, but I decided to do the M5 Pro first so that the kind of enthusiasts have something to look forward to. We're going to escalate up in speed. So we've done MacBook Neo, done 2 videos on MacBook Neo. We've done 1 video on the MacBook Air M5. Kind of had to take a break over the weekend because I was pretty dead after 3 days of working nonstop. So 3 7-hour streams, 3 main channel videos. Sunday, I basically slept the whole day. Saturday, I went to took my son to see Two Set Violin. So these YouTubers called Two Set Violin. They had a concert in kind of a gig in London, and that was really fun. I really had a really good time. Didn't expect it to be that good. It was really fun. I'm not the I don't watch all of Two Set Violin's videos, but they actually made a classical music as like a performance, like quite funny. But I took my son to see that. He enjoyed that. Sunday, I spent the whole day sleeping. And then today we're back, we're back in style. Okay, so we're going to get this done. And yeah, so as always, when I do these kinds of videos, the drill is that you can super chat me $5 or more, and then you get added to a list. So I've done dozens over the last few days, and I'm going to do 2 of them which are left over from before because they wanted testing on the M5 Pro and M5 Max. So we're doing Samuthi did a super chat for Final Fantasy 14, which we're going to do today, and then Mvargasmo. It's on the list right below the screen. It's in tiny writing because I have to add a lot. He requested Diablo 2 Resurrected. Okay, so I prepared this already. So Diablo 2 Resurrected and also the game Overwatch, right? They both have an issue running on the standard version of macOS Tahoe. And basically, you need to be using the macOS 26.4 beta, which is going to be released soon, in order to boot up Diablo 2 Resurrected and also Overwatch. But they also have crashes, so that's an issue. They crash regularly after like 5 or 10 minutes, so we can still test it, but it should get fixed very soon. Oh, so thank you very much, says this VTuber. Could you request a Pragmata demo? Of course you may. So thank you very much for that request. We're going to do this SESSIZ_VTuber. You requested the Pragmata demo. Okay, so if you see the tiny writing like underneath the window, I've added you onto that list. I know it's really small, but it's the only way I can manage this in a proper list. So anyway, greetings for everyone. Am I the maker of crossover? No, I'm just a fan of crossover. So okay, you know what? Let's do the Pragmata demo first because the other guys are not awake. So we'll do the first request, and then I'm gonna do the other ones slightly later. So I'm gonna open up my crossover. So I'm running this window in 1440p because I tend to find M5 Pro is nice running at 1440p. It's good resolution to run at. Yeah, let's get this running. So I should have this on my solid state drive, and I've also got this on my network attached too. So let's do Pragmata. It looks like an interesting game. It's coming out soonish, I guess. Crossover is the best method for playing games on Mac. It's a method. If you don't want to play native games, it's the second best way to play games on a Mac. So let's see what we've got. So there is no Mac version of Pragmata, so we need to add I must have deleted it. So let's add a demo again. Okay. So yeah, Pragmata demo is a short one. So run through the demo, download this. No, let's run off the solid state drive. It should be a really quickie download, I think. Let me just make sure my sound settings are correct, because first time I've tested on this computer. So what I normally do is I put that as a MIDI out so I can hear a little bit of it. So you can do this by, you can output by two different sources, outputs. And we'll give this a go. So Pragmata, let me just check the sound's working.
Stay here when this
Okay,
is
it's
all
good
done.
working. Okay, good. So this looks exciting. Coming out April. No Mac port, of course. Got to run this through crossover. So we're going to do that now. Luckily, very fast download. I've got 1.7 gigabit internet. Okay, good. So let's give this a go. He has become human hamster. Where will he walk? How many miles? As many as possible, because I kind of binged a bit on the Sunday because I was just so tired because I've just like didn't sleep enough, I think. Okay, let's go. The most interesting thing is that the M5 Max is turned down to an M5 Pro-like performance after some minutes of gaming. If this is the case, then the M5 Max laptop makes no sense. Well, as long as you put the M5 Max inside like a 16-inch chassis with the dual fans, then you'll probably be okay in terms of performance. I've read a lot of reports that the M5 Max does not perform well at the 14-inch form factor, just because of the speed, the thermal speeds. Okay, so by default, we're running this. It's not showing. It's showing from 1440p. It's borderless window, but if I turn on, yeah, that should. It's running at 1440p. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's put this at high settings because I think it can handle it. Should be able to handle it because we've got so many GPU cores. TAA. Yeah, 10 motion blur lens flare off. I think this is what you might call high. Should be high. No, let's do no upscaling for now, okay? Wait a sec. Yeah, I don't have full screen here. Oh, it's got presets as well. That's what's quality mode. What does that mean, quality? Metal HUD shows 1080, 1440p. Let me just check this. So that goes to 1080, that goes to 1440. Because we don't have DLSS functionality in this, then it does not tell me exactly what resolution we're running at. If it's windowed as that much, well, I'll just roll with it. Okay, so you're getting your M5 Pro MacBook today. Well, congrats, Soldier Doge 2285. Graphics are really good for this game. I'm impressed with how it looks. And they're doing the thing with that, Predator Badlands type of thing where they've got a character, a quippy character on the back, right? I'm drinking Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max is my calorie-free caffeine drink that I guzzle down all the time. Okay.
Diana, I need your hack in here.
You got your MacBook Air M5 today. Okay, so how come you guys didn't order these on release day? Or is this the earliest release that you get? What do you think about M5 Pro, the model with less GPU cores that you have? I mean, it will be similar to this. It just run about 20% slower, 20% worse. What game is this? This is Pragmata, the demo.
So what were you working on there?
It looks really good. I mean, if I turn on the, you know, you look at it from the screen perspective, right? It looks excellent. Running at 1440p. You drink Pepsi Max with an M5 Max? Yes. Pity they don't make a Pepsi Pro.
First, we get the power on.
Do you think Crimean...
Let's move.
Crimson Desert, you mean? Not Crimean Desert. That's a different game. So how do I get this to go over 60? Because I want to see, like, obviously the options. So VSync is off. Let's turn off. So as far as I can tell, this will run really well. Can't really see. Sometimes on release date, they'll change the actual game itself, like the way that it runs. Like they might add some anti-cheat. I remember like Tekken 8 had some kind of anti-cheat issue, which wasn't there on the demo, which was very irritating because the demo worked great. We'll also be testing Total War Warhammer. If somebody super chats me, then I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm not intending to. Who do you main in Super Smash Brothers? I don't play Super Smash Brothers.
I can open it.
Demo's quite short. There's a point in Gizmodo where Cyberpunk on M5 Max runs of FPS and some instruments only 37 because of heat. I mean, that's possible. I'll have to test it out. How's the experience so far? I literally, this is the first game I'm looking at. I mean, it feels pretty good to me. Pragmata, Windows game running through translation layers. Is this fun, doing a little puzzle before you do shooting? Is that good? It's an interesting way to structure a game, I guess. Okay, got it. Can someone post the specs? Yeah, they're in the main description. So this is the non-binned version, so it's the higher end. I always call this version the default version because it's the one that you don't need to I don't think you need to, like, they have different shipping times, right? Normally there's the ones that Apple think that you're going to buy first because they have they have them in stock, right, on the day. If it throttled M5 Max makes no sense. I mean, I've never found that to be true in the past. Like, it's normally just fine. So I guess, I mean, a lot of these tests that I'm doing are basically like first impressions, pretty much. I rely on, like, if people want to do like thermal testing, right, then they're free to do it. What is this?
Let's just get this over with.
Where's my shotgun thing gone? Repair suit integrity. Okay, this guy is mean. Oh, I've got to jump. Yeah, I'm not really paying attention to this game properly. Can't focus at the same time as I'm doing like too many things at once. Okay, can we finish this demo? Is that it? Oh, we have to get through here. Ah, I can heal as well. This looks like a fun game, and looks like you can play it on an M5 Pro. It looks like if you wanted to, you could play on, as in not too much of a huge compromise. In other words, seems to run well. Yeah, it seems better than the M5 Air, which I tested out. Oh, whoops, I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, COD Warzone. Almost all anti-cheat games are just not going to work. Can you swear in chat? Best not to, okay? Some basic platforming. Ooh, interesting. So this is going to be like primarily a single player game, right?
Emergency lockdown for all on-site locations has been disabled. Please complete a manual reboot of the power plant controller to fully restore.
See through the unlocked door.
All right.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. So you wanna thank you very much, Phoenix7680. Set the 6 Rise of an Empire. Is that thing? Is that playable? So okay, can I report on fan noise? Okay, so got my requests coming in now. So Phoenix7680, Settlers 6, and then Jevgenit wants to do fan noise test. Fan noise report. So at the moment, temperature is, let me see, 85 degrees. And then showing RPM of, that's not maxed out here. So it's 2532 RPM. So 2500 something RPM for both fans. So we're using the 16-inch model for the M5 Pro. Yeah, so I don't really see it. Is there a community? Basically, if you ProtonDB is the key for this, right? Virtually all ProtonDB games will show you entries will show you whether there's compatibility, whether it works on a Steam Deck or not. And basically, if it won't work on a Steam Deck, then it won't work on a Mac for anti-cheat, right? Okay. So I'm using an app called Stats. And this one's called TG Pro, but this one's called Stats. This one is, I think it's been updated for the temperatures for the thing correctly. So a couple of different apps to try. Yeah, 2500 is not noticeable, almost default, yeah. At the moment, it's fine. We're not really pushing it that hard with this particular game. Okay, so that is my look at Pragmata. I think, as far as I can tell, runs fine. So I'm personally, I'm happy with that. I'm going to cover, okay, I'm going to prepare Settlers 6. I'm not sure whether that's actually working or not. Let me see, Settlers 6 Mac. Has anyone actually tried it before? Settlers 6 is an oldie, right? Let me see if I've gotten GOG, actually. Settlers 6. Settlers. Settlers 6. Okay, I think I'll just try and prepare this. I do have a list of Mac game compatibilities called the Apple Gaming Wiki, and that is my website, but it's not, I'm going to be honest with you, it's not very up to date because I don't really work on it very much. I prefer to do videos, which is where I make more money and it's easier to update. Let me see, Settlers 6. So I'm just going to look on my other computer about Settlers 6. Then I'm going to do the other, my other, let me see, Settlers 6 on, is it not on the, is Settlers 6 not on the Steam? Let me see, Settlers 6. Is it an Ubisoft game? Oh, Settlers Rise of an Empire. Oh, it is on it. It uses Ubisoft Connect, Rise of an Empire. Okay, yeah. Red Dead Redemption 2 will work for sure, okay. So, okay, we're going to do Settlers 6, Rise of an Empire. Settlers Wives. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that soon. Settlers Wives and Empire. It was only £10. Okay. Okay, so we'll just going to sort this out. Okay, so before we do that, I'm going to do one of the old. I'll try and like mix and match the queue in. Okay, so I also have a request for Final Fantasy 14, which I'll do a bit later, and I've got a request for Diablo 2 Resurrected. So I'm going to do Diablo 2, and then I'm going to do Settlers 6, and then we'll switch back quickly. Okay, so I'm going to open up my Battle.net, and then we're going to try and run this at 1440p. Deadlock is compatible, doesn't require anything much else. Okay, good. So, thank you very much, Fenrir. Fenrir in the Sierra. Helldivers 2. Okay, sure, we'll do that today. Okay, so I'll do this one, which was like a previous request. No, it needs an update. So yeah, so Diablo 2 Resurrected and Overwatch, they both require this beta version of macOS Tahoe and also the latest crossover preview in order to work. So I'm using 26.4 beta. It fixes a Rosetta bug. However, this will crash after a while. So just be aware, Overwatch and Diablo 2 Resurrected, these are not indicators of how well these games run, because at the moment they boot and you can play it for a little while, but after like literally about 5 or 10 minutes, right, you're going to crash. So I'll just demonstrate that this will, it's basically soft lock. Okay. So what do you call when you drop your Pepsi Max down? Cantonese. What do you call when you what does that mean? Gambay, maybe. Gamboy. Let's put this on high or very high. Let's put it on very high preset. Apply. Let's load up my old Amazon character. Do I have other characters? Oh, I've got Necro. Amazon. Quite annoying, especially on a machine of this price. Yes. Okay, is VSync on? VSync off, so we can actually see the frame cap. Okay, so in theory this works. It might be a bit jaggy on your screen. How do you toggle run? Can you not run in the game? How do you run? Shift to run or control to run? Yeah. Could I play 4K video? Well, no, I'm okay. I'm going to stick to 4040p. I think that's what most people are going to play in a game like this. There's something very nostalgic about the about Diablo 2. I remember when I was in Taiwan when this game came out, and I remember going into the internet cafes to play it. And I played this a lot in the, I think it's late 90s, was it? 1999 or something. How many Macs do I have? I think I've got 6. Yeah, it's not too bad, but just remember that this is going to crash in a minute. So let me just show you the fans are 1,600. So it's minimal, right? If you know what 1,600 feels like, it's absolutely minimal. Let's try and find a big mob group. We'll try and play until we crash anyway. Let's get bows out. More interesting bows. I don't have any arrows. Oh, I've got arrows here, don't I? How do I put arrows on? Okay, I forgot how to do that. I'll put my arrows on in a second. I can't do it because of my metal HUD. Turn off the metal HUD. How do you put bolts on? No. Yeah, that's it. And then that bow goes here, right? Does that not work? How does this work?
I can't.
Or maybe it's because of the skill. I don't have a normal attack. Have I just forgot? I just completely forgotten how to play this game. Shift left to equip. Two-handed short bow.
I can't. Impossible.
These are bolts, not arrows. Okay, do I need arrows? I'm dumb. How come I'm so dumb? Can't put my javelin on.
I
Okay.
can't.
The javelin. Javel's on this guy. Apple's strategy has been high MSR piece with relativity discounts can't go much lower than 299 with bill of materials, likely half that. Oh, you're talking about the Mac Neo. Can you get it for $300? I know that I know that it's available on the Apple education discount is there. Okay, sure. That is a crash, right? Feels like a crash. At least I can see the cursor. Yeah, so that is I don't know, five minutes of gameplay. It's a shame that things which become compatible become incompatible. I'm sure that CodeWeaver is going to fix this very soon. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Pi Studios. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so that is Diablo 2 Resurrected. That's what we came to see, and it will work for a short period of time, but it's not particularly great experience because it will just hard crash like that. So don't play a hardcore game with this. Okay, so I think that this will get fixed at some point. It's still in the preview stage at the moment, so I'm looking forward to seeing that get fixed. So we're going to do Final Fantasy 14, but we've got this Fenrir's go to super chat for Helldivers 2, so we're going to do that. Okay. It's always with people love playing. People love playing Windows games on Steam. It's always a joy. So I'm seeing people theorize about Apple making a Mac Mini Neo for $299. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. How much would it cannibalize like Mac Mini sales though? Not sure. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're playing Helldivers 2. Okay, so this will be running from my NAS, I think. But I could just run it. I'll install it actually. Okay. So we've done Pragmata, the demo, and we've done Diablo 2 Resurrected. So now we're going to move on to Helldivers. Yeah, $299 sounds about right. A Mac Neo with maybe no active cooling, in an Apple TV size puck, that would be quite interesting. There's not enough of a margin in a $299 machine. I think Apple can figure out a margin. If they can figure out a margin for an Apple TV, then they can probably figure it out for a hardware desktop Mac Neo. Helldivers 2 anti-cheat. Basically, it worked. It worked in crossover 26. Now, apparently, there's a regression in terms of performance, but we'll see if we can fix that. Apparently, there's a let me see, Helldivers 2 Mac. Crossover. There's a thing where you can do something like in prod mode or something like that. Prod. That's a while ago. That's something. Apple TV never comes on sale, though Macs almost always do. Maybe yes. Have you ever played Sniper Elite 5 and above? I played 4 because it has a native Mac port. It's surprisingly awesome with the function of a really real person coming in and ruining an offline game. Yeah. I've never really experienced properly these kind of drop-in multiplayer games like Dark Souls. I haven't really played them properly like that. but it'd be interesting to see. But yeah, I think it's quite disruptive to have for Apple to create such a low cost MacBook Neo. And I checked today, like I was thinking about returning it and maybe buying it again, and it's all sold out. The MacBook Neo is sold out everywhere. The next date is like the 9th of April for the UK stock, which is very surprising. Thank you very much, Jev Genya TV, second super chat, appreciate it. AOE 4 or Expedition 33. Okay, good. So when I tested Age of Empires 4 last time, it didn't work very well. So I'll have to have a look at that. Maybe I'll try the preview instead. But it seems like people only care about Windows games running on the Mac today. How do you turn on the FPS overlay? Just do a search for something called the Metal HUD, HUD, Metal HUD, and I've got a tutorial. There's loads of tutorials online now. It's really easy. Sniper Elite 5 makes you sweat during your games. It's nuts. Okay. Sniper Elite 4 seemed fine. Any chance of trying the WWE games? Sure, if you super chat, then I'll try. I literally never tried a WWE game before. Skip. Does Forza Horizon 5 work? No, due to DRM. No Forza. Okay, good. Okay, we're going to test this guy out. Graphics. Let's just go for high. High? Medium. 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 But it doesn't seem to change anything. Do I have to apply it first? Okay, there we are. Or maybe high. Let's do medium. Okay, and then display is... Why is it doing... Why is it saying 1080p? Okay, let me just check this actually. I'll just close this. And then we'll just tweak some of the I'm just going to tweak my display settings because I just want to make sure that we get the right resolution, because sometimes it reports the wrong resolution. Displays. Okay, so we're doing that. Maybe on built-in we can do. So I'm mirroring, which shouldn't affect performance of the Mac too much. Thank you very much, Brad Chicken Heart 2 for the super chat. If you have a request, then let me know. Okay, so might optimize for the built-in display, or use Switch Res X to just choose the specific one. So I did set a custom resolution of 1440p earlier, but it doesn't seem to see. Oh, here we are, 1440p. See, that literally changed nothing, and they've got promotion. That should just work. So let's just give this another go. Okay, just load this up again. Please request legal. Yeah. For me, Crossover usually picks the max resolution on startup of Crossover. Okay, so let's just, you know what, let's just quit Crossover and then do it again. Yeah, League of Legends is like a known factor, although people love requesting it. So you can request it if you want to, but I'm not touching League unless someone actually tells me to and pays money to do it, because I'm not much of a MOBA player. Yeah, I've read that too, that the 14-inch drops TDP faster. I'm testing on the 16-inch, so it's hard to make a full judgment on this properly. Okay. To be fair, every Mac can run League at this point. League is self-induced torture, yes. I tried to explain to my son why he should not play League of Legends, and I used the word toxic like about 20 times. Have I tested Hearthstone? Yeah, M1 will run Hearthstone just fine. You don't need an M5 Pro to run Hearthstone. At all. Not at all. It's doing something weird with my resolution. Display. Doesn't want to go full screen on me. What's happened here? Where's the resolution? What's my resolution settings at? I'm pressing Alt Enter. It's not showing me my resolution. It's also only going to 1080p for some reason. You know what? I'll try running this in what do you call it? High resolution mode, because that sometimes helps. Let's just close everything here. This Starship's Bridge reminds me of No Man's Sky. I don't. Oh, okay. I haven't played enough of those games to really understand. Is it me or is this Pro M5 not performing better than the 14-inch? I haven't really run anything long enough to be able to make that judgment. Are you planning to do some RPCS3? I mean, maybe. Are you aware that there's a setting or something that takes the notch into consideration, playing it and the notch blocks the spot? Yeah, just run it in. Run the game in. There's an option when you control click on a thing to like run it under the notch. This is not like my resolution settings. It's just a bit of a quirk with the way that. I need to turn my voice thing on. It sends it off sometimes. It does not like my screen settings. I did. This is high resolution mode. Why don't I see a? Full screen. Okay, I'm gonna put it. I'll put it back to what it was actually. Let's just quit out. We'll just do it back. Yeah, most applications, right? If you have an app, right? Let's pretend Riven, and you control click and then get info. You can what can you do? Isn't there an option to like run this under the notch? Well, there used to be one anyway. You run a game under the notch. Where's that option gone? Oh yeah, here we go. Scale to fit below built-in camera. Why is that not on every game? I'm not sure what that is. Okay, I'm just gonna tweak around some stuff and then we'll get it back. It'll be less stretched. Yeah, I want to run it by the 16:9. So I'm just gonna mess around with the graphics settings. Then we're gonna get into Helldivers too. Okay, so let's optimize for this. So we get 16:9. And we want to run it at this resolution 2560. And then I'm just going to do it again. I'm just going to play. I'm not sure whether it's going to say 1080p or something different, but we'll just give that a go. Okay, so yeah, I want to run GTA 5 On your M2, yes. Probably won't run at 60 FPS, but something close to that. Depends how many settings you turn in on what resolution you run at. Okay, let's just go. Let's just go. I think this is the default setting I had before, so hopefully we'll have this issue. Yeah, this is my walk-in test. Have to get some calories burned, you know. That's one of my major performance factors of the day, just checking that I have enough calories burned from all this like game testing. Yeah, this is the 18 core. I think it's in the video description. I wrote it down earlier, like which MacBook Pro this is. Neo is pretty good with the GTA 5. Yeah, I mean, the Neo has like seriously surprised me in a lot of ways that I didn't really think would necessarily surprise me. Is there a way to install crossover games on external SSD? Yes, I have got tutorials on that. Just check it out. Let me just see if I can dig this up. I think Helldivers 2 is being a bit weird on me. I'm just going to close it and open it again. This whole thing is being a bit weird on me too, because like, oh yeah, turn it on high resolution mode. You know what? I'm just going to have to quit everything and restart because it's being a bit weird. Without crossover, if you look at my tutorial, Android side, okay, so it's SSD. Yeah, this is, if you check out this tutorial, it just teaches you how to, this one tells you how to upgrade, to move all your data to a solid state drive. So definitely try this one and then you should be able to get it to work. For operating an external SSD, you want it to run on APFS, generally speaking. Don't bother trying to run it on different operating systems to waste the time. APFS is the way to go. exFAT also works, but when you're dealing with really big games, exFAT doesn't have certain features which make it APFS just much more reliable. I can't remember what it's called. The paging file doesn't get corrupted or something. You can run M5 Pro. Can the M5 Pro run Excel? Certainly can. We're using a 16-inch MacBook Pro. Okay, back to crossover, back to non-high resolution mode. We're just going to run this game rather than try to mess around with anything else. The new MacBooks handle PlayStation app where you can play games from PS5. I don't have a PS5, so I don't actually know, but I've heard that there's some open source solutions as well. There's like an open source PS5 player Mac, right? There's one called Chiaki, which you can use. I have not used it personally before, but you can use that to remotely play those games over your local network. Okay, let's get this done. Helldivers 2. Okay, so I'm just going to write down what games we've done. So we've done D2R, we've done Pragmata, and we're doing Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2. Yeah, Chiaki and the official app. We're also going to do Age of Empires 4 or Expedition 33. I have a feeling that Age of Empires 4 is not going to work well, but we'll try. I know that Expedition 33 will be fine. We'd love to see Path of Exile 2, yes. So hopefully we'll get a Mac version of Path of Exile 2. I think when I checked it last, there was like a Mac depot that you could download from Steam, but I don't think it's working. Interesting. Can games run directly on Mac, or do you need to install something like Wine? Well, these are Windows games that everyone seems to want me to test. So so in order to run Windows games, you need something. You need Wine. You need something based on Wine. So the thing I'm using is a paid app called Crossover. It's probably the best thing to use. Let me just see what's going on with Helldivers. It's not loading up for some reason. being a bit weird on me. Shouldn't take that long to boot up. Let's just try a different bottle. I'm gonna try my crossover preview actually, because we've got into the game multiple times already. I think it's because I messed around with the settings too much. I bet M5 Pro can all AAA games. Yes, not all, of course. We're limited by compatibility of everything, but a lot of things can work. 3DS Max. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Can I try Hellblade? Which Hellblade do you want to try? Because there are multiple Hellblade games. Because they both work. The sequel and the original. How's Street Fighter 6? It's okay. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily play fighting games on the Mac through Windows translation. It's not the best, but it might be okay. Hard to say. Let's just get this swap on again. Waiting for this comment to come in. I know, man. Well, if you're watching a stream like this, you've got to understand that 90% of the stream is just installing, downloading, installing, and fixing, right? Fixing the game. So that's what the whole point of the stream is, not to play a game. We don't really play that many games. We don't play games in the stream. We just test them, right? We test them for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll see how we get on with that. Okay, now it's when we're putting 1440p. That's for sure 1440p. How far big an improvement is the base M5 Pro compared to the base M4 Pro? Unfortunately, because of the way that I operate, I don't have an M4 Pro to test, or an M5 to test either. So I don't have anything. I managed to try a Roadcraft game. What's Roadcraft? Okay, let's go back to settings. Okay, graphics. Let's put this on. Let's put this on high preset and see how that goes. Display. Render scale, ultra quality. Let's just do quality. Okay, still saying 1080p, but I'm not sure it is that. We'd love to see some step kilometers in the corner, maybe even create a map. That's a good idea. But the thing is that I don't actually walk the whole way through this, so it's a bit of effort to get that working. Okay, high preset. Okay, so level 2 cadet.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
Galactic War. Have I tried Requiem? I tried Requiem yesterday. Change it to NVIDIA compatible mode first. What does that mean, NVIDIA compatible mode? What's NVIDIA compatible mode? Can't change it, even though I've got the DLSS thing on. If you want reference number from my M3 Pro, okay, yeah. So render scale quality, so it should... I'm a bit unsatisfied by this idea that it's saying 1080p here, whereas now it's saying 1080 on there. So it's full screen into 1080. Well, let's run this at native, okay? Native 1080, okay?
One shudders to envisage what repulsive
Quick
larvae
play.
gestates within a glue.
So 1080p high is what we're going. 1080p high, native, no FSR, no whatever. People are really interested in the M4 Pro to M5 Pro rather than M3 Pro, so I might take you up on that, just depends. I want to buy M5 Ultra to get away from Windows. Okay. No one has shown wheels of Ultra chips. I hate the Mac is very productive environment. The whole point of the Mac is that it is a productivity beast. I haven't tested CS2. Ooh, been kicked from the game. Is that because I'm a noob, or is it because of something to do with current levels of attitude?
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation.
It's one ongoing missions. Dota 2, I will do, well, in terms of requests, I will do them if they are accompanied by some form of super chat, then I'll do that. Please test in productive environment other than video games. I mean, what do you want me to test? The only thing I'd use my Mac for is video editing and some, like, booking flights and really boring stuff like that. Andrew doesn't work for free. It's not that I don't work for free. Of course, I've worked for free in the sense that this content is free, but I have an idea of what I'm going to test. And if you really like, if you desperately want something to work, right, to be played right now, then I'll do it. But I don't really enjoy that much testing out Dota 2 and League of Legends again. It's not like my main thing, is what I mean. What do I need here? Can I test Arc Raid? Arc Raiders won't work because of anti-cheat. You want to see if Unreal Engine lags. I'm not a game developer, so I don't really know what to do when it comes to a lot of these productivity tools. I literally had no idea what I'm doing. So one complaint I had about my Factorio test is that I didn't test it properly on the MacBook Neo, which is fair. Am I supposed to be this high up? Ouch. This is a proper multiplayer game, right? I'm in a multiplayer map, I think. Do I use Windows? I mean, I would say that of all the operating systems I use the most, I use Windows the most by far. Then it's like Linux-based operating systems, so like Steam OS and Bazite. I use those a lot to play games on my Steam Deck and on my living room PC. What I'm gonna do is how do I get the VSync off? VSync is off. It's capping at 60. Stuttering a bit.
There's something here.
I don't really know how to play this game, just by owning it. How do I get this to go higher? Can I put the graphics on Ultra? Yeah, Ultra looks good. Let's shoot some baddies. This is like a solid 60, I guess. I don't understand why it's not. Why can't we get this to go higher than this? Is that Ultra? No, Ultra. Display. Can't seem to get this to go higher than 60. What am I supposed to go in this game? This is the problem with me playing games, is that I know how to test games sort of, but I don't really. Yeah, so I use Windows for gaming. I also use it for video editing. I use Mac mostly when I'm traveling, like going somewhere. Do I plan on testing Cyberpunk 2077? Not at the moment. Mostly just because it's kind of a known thing. Yeah, so I'm waiting for super chats, basically. So I've got a list of games that I'm going to look at already. You forgot to try it out. I didn't forget. It's like nobody, literally nobody super chatted that game. Just remember, there are like zillions of games. There are so many games that exist. And bug breach detected. What does that do? Does that blow up? Oh, it's like a thing. Whoop. Hello. So this is 1080p ultra at the moment. No scaling. Runs a lot better than my M3 Max, I think. Because I remember I had to do similar settings, and it wasn't getting as good. Well, am I going to do a test with the bigger M5 Air 16-inch? Well, it's actually 15-inch, but potentially yes. There's some hard stutters here. But what am I supposed to do here? Is there a breach I'm supposed to look at? Am I supposed to get something? I don't really know how to play this game. Ouch! Where do you come from? Ouch. Okay, let me try dropping into a real multiplayer game. Yeah, it's a bit spiky. As soon as the enemies come up, then it gets a bit spiky. Can I go into a different game? Because there's no squad. I want to see it running with like more than one person in the game, because it's a this is a multiplayer game. And the whole point is that the anti-cheat now works.
Let us cleanse the galaxy of alien scum.
Quick play. Yeah. 31,000 Helldivers active. That's quite a lot. This is what I'm testing now. I want to join in an actual real game. Real game. Because it can be variable, you know, this. Okay, so we've got level 32, 38, and 62. And this is me. What's up, Andrew? How's everything? I'm good, thank you. I've successfully recovered from my very intense 3 days of live streaming plus videos. I slept a lot of yesterday. Overkill Labs, welcome to the stream again. We're testing out Helldivers 2 as a super chat request. We're joining in a real game now with real people and seeing how this runs 1080p native. Okay, so these are like real people. Fast recon vehicle incoming. Okay, I've literally hardly ever played this game, so can I jump in? I literally don't know how to play. Hopefully I didn't ruin this guy's game. I like the cloak physics. That looks very cool. Destin K, thank you for driving.
Orbital incoming.
So some stutters here. I mean, I still call this playable despite how crazy this dude is driving. Okay, I got eliminated by some bad driving. Maybe we just watch this guy.
Reinforcing.
Calling down a walker.
Point me to the enemy.
Calling down support weapon.
Stellar Blade runs about 36.5 percent faster by crossover. Okay. Compared to what? So where are the baddies at? Where do I have to go to fight baddies? I think I'm going to follow this J2 guy, not this D3 guy. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Yeah, there was like a rough stutter there. That was like a 2 or 3 second stutter. I have to mention that. Do power banks get serious damage to battery itself? I don't think so. Okay, the guys are the mech. Woke up late, missed some stream. What games have you tested so far? We've done Diablo 2 Resurrected, Pragmata, and Helldivers 2. We've got like maybe... This is on the ultra setting. I mean, if you wanted like a more, let's say, reasonable experience in high, probably fine. What does high give us? High gives us a bit more consistent high 50s, I think, at 1080p. I don't know why I can't get this running at 1440p. Okay, Fenrir, thank you very much for the super chat. You're one of my favorite creators. You're welcome. Thank you. Not sure why this is coming up like that. I think what I might do is just tweak this a bit, because like, well, I mean, realistically, what I'd probably try to play this at is like a quality preset with like medium. Yeah, we have like a minus. Doesn't seem to be that affected by the graphics settings, right? So I think my record is about 800 or 900 or something. This guy's really trolling, isn't he? Yeah, in an online game, people try to get as close to 60, which is what I'm trying to do. So I'm set this to quality mode. Preset. Depends if you how many people you're playing with and how many monsters and bugs you're looking at. So when I've done all these tests, can you take a short video comparing the M5 Pro, M4 Pro M4 Max, M5 Pro? I don't have like the problem is, right, I don't have the original data. I don't have the original Max with me, so I don't have an M4 Pro to test against, and you can't buy them new anymore. FPS didn't change when you set it to upscale and medium, yeah. Well, actually, with this with a half squad and like 3 people, so that's a heavy stutter. That's like 2 seconds or something. 1, 2. That's quite a lot in the multiplayer game. It's not perfect. I thought this was meant to be a. Oh, my mic is on. Whoops. Disabled. It's embarrassing that I'm streaming to the universe.
Orbital incoming.
What is this? What games do I mainly play? Right now I'm playing a lot of Slay the Spire 2. Don't run in the barrage. That was like a 2-second, maybe 2-second stutter. So yeah, something to be aware of when you're playing this game is that it looks really good, but there's a stutter. Okay, good. So I think that's sufficient for me. I've got Helldivers 2 working. Okay, so let's try. Okay, so I'm just catching up, I guess, with my super chats from before. So we're going to quit our crossover preview. And let me just, sometimes like crossover, it leaves behind some EXEs in the background. So I think do a search for EXE, right? And then just try and kill everything that's an EXE. Kill everything that's an EXE. Okay, so yeah, we're going to run some Final Fantasy 14. So we're using this application called 14 on Mac or XIV on Mac. And it's basically a way of running the game. You can run the Windows version, the Mac version, different licenses, etc. It's like a better way of running the game. So let's full screen this. So we basically have the option of basically running the game. Either you can use the Mac license, which I'm doing here, and it runs through Wine, which is good. This is my character. I think I'll tweak my graphics once I get into. What games do I mainly play? I like right now. I really like playing roguelikes. Yeah, Fenrir, I'm not sure if you think that Helldivers 2 test was useful for you or not, because it's hard to say. I think performance is okay on the M5 Pro. It's just that you have stutters, and that didn't happen in previous tests. So it's often a case of like some bug or something needs fixing with that. Maybe crossover could fix that in the future. So it's hard to say what exactly is happening with that. Okay, so screen mode. If I change the resolution here, does that change this? Because running at 1440p, basically running at 1440p. And graphic settings, let's do like high. And do I have like a display setting? Does it cap the frame rate? Okay. So let me see. This is our maximum frame rate, isn't it? System config. Is there an invert mouse selection? Oh, thank you, Earth Air the Lucky. Thank you for being a member. If you have a request for a game that you want to test, then please let me know. Let me see. So this is a very high graphics preset. Okay, let's see. How are you feeling about Game Hub with a Mac? Do you think it will be pilfer sales with crossover? I mean, I think it'll be fine. I'm very curious to see what exactly is going to happen with with Game Hub, because they not, haven't really said much about what they're doing exactly. We're quite like zoomed out, aren't we? Can we get back into main city? I know this it's not necessarily the most useful test, because every time I test this, I'm never really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's go to maximum settings, because I'm still capping out at 60. So this is the maximum graphics preset. So Fenrir, thank you very much for joining up as a member. I don't have good member content, so just FYI, it's not great, but I'm planning to do some. Yeah, I don't think that it's cloud gaming either. Oh, Fenrir, if you've got like a game you want to test, let me know. So I got this at basically max graphics preset. I'm not in the major city, of course, so I don't really know how this... It's basically like a starter zone. Maybe we should go back to the city, or I'll get it older. 7 days to die. Okay, good. 7 days to die. Let me write that down. Okay, 7 days to die. That's on the list now. Okay, we'll be covering that soonish. Okay, not super duper soon, but soonish. Ulda. This is like the main zone. Why is scaling res at? I'm not actually sure why that is. It's just something that F on Mac has done. Let me check the settings. So it's because we're enabling scaling. So maybe if let me just quit out and just try and mess around with this again. Graphics. So we're using DXMT, spatial scaling. Maybe understood. Let's just try this and see how this goes, see what happens. Last game I compared before returning my M4 Pro was Frostpunk 2, 55 FPS. Okay. Okay, it's trying to run at 10,240. That's a resolution. Let's enable max scaling. Maximum frame rate. Let's see, like. Let's try this again. Yeah, it should be higher than 60. Which M5 MacBooks are you keeping? Which ones you'll send back? I think I'll send back all of them except for the MacBook Neo because there's no stock of that. And I'm planning to make a lot more MacBook Neo content. I have a feeling that MacBook Neo is going to have a lot of staying power. Okay, I'm just going to continue playing. Yeah, Neo's going to have. I was just surprised, like looking at the Neo stock. I was looking at it this morning, like maybe I was thinking, like, if somebody wanted to buy a MacBook Neo like right now, then you can't really buy one from the Apple Store. You can get it from third-party retailers, right, which is interesting. Far Cry 6 will play on crossover 26. It should be fine. Yeah, so I just found it super interesting that the MacBook Neo has sold out. Like, it's super duper popular. You can't get anything until in the UK until April 9th. I can buy it from John Lewis. I can buy it from, but I can't get it in the configuration of that 500 gig configuration, which is like very interesting. So the problem with me testing in this game is that firstly, I don't know what I'm doing. And then secondly, yeah. Oh wait, I should just is there a plugin here which allows me to change the settings so I can have like a frame rate counter which shows the internal frame rate? There's Dalamud. Global font scale. Look at the font scale. Oh, that's good. There's all these like not much in terms of performance mods. Well, all I can do is just test out the this open world setting. I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. I should test this out a different way. I got it now. I should be testing this via HDMI rather than using my HDMI to USB. I should be testing this on my full fat HDMI cable rather than the USB-C one. So I've got my HDMI one, plug it directly into the side. I think this should work better. Okay, let's see if this works better. So, because directly through HDMI rather than USB-C to HDMI, because that's the one I'm doing my MacBook Air test on because it doesn't have a native HDMI port. So, let's see if it's different if I run it like this. So the UK generally has lower stock levels for international products, scalpers, and yeah. Let's look at the Apple Store. Apple Store USA. Can you buy this now? Say I want to buy this one. Yeah, so we've got a stock date of in stock in store pickup from store. Okay, so in stock in the US. As a content creator, Neo only having 2 somewhat slow ports is so annoying. Yes, I actually bought a new hub specifically to help with this issue because I had some multiple problems with my normal hub. So I bought this one. This base US one says specifically USB 3 hub rather than Thunderbolt. I haven't opened it up yet. Only arrived today. So when I start making more MacBook Neo content, I will look at it then. See if that works properly. So okay, we're running through HDMI, but we're still having the same problem, I guess. Still trying to do I guess 1440p double retina resolution. The UK doesn't really sell other keyboard layouts. Malaysia has no stock. Okay. Well, they've really not done that well with stock levels here, have they? So let's see, Apple Store UK, MacBook Neo. So yeah, I still have this issue where yeah, April 9th is what it's saying here. April 9th is a long way away. Potential delivery from 31st of March. So that's interesting. Okay, we've done that. So we have a request here to do. These are Argos tests as I mentioned. I actually think the Indigo looks the best. But Citrus, of course, is iconic. Yeah, Indigo is available, but Yellow, is this available? Yeah, only the Indigo again. Next year we need orange. There's a lot of potential for different colors, I guess. The UK site has over 20. Okay, that's interesting. I had no idea we had so many keyboard layouts. I was walking, I'm just taking a mini break. Let's say we have this blush. Oh, there are different dates. Chinese pinyin keyboard, that's funny because that's just normal keyboard. The layout of the return key, I'm really used to that. I'm used to having this thing between the shift and the Z, whereas the US one doesn't have that. Has actually a large shift key for some reason. Don't like that. Check Russian. Yeah, Russian's the 7th of April, so like nothing's in stock. Yeah, okay. Well, that means I'm holding on to my MacBook Neo, so that's what that means at the end of the day. Okay, so the next thing I'm looking at, let's look at more Windows games, I guess. So the next request is for Settlers 6. So I'll install this now and try out Settlers. There's an odd one, Settlers. Where do my Settlers go? Okay, install Settlers. How sad was the Settlers reboot? Is this the Settlers reboot? For me, like the MacBook Pro represents a pretty big step up in performance versus like the Air and obviously the Neo. To the extent that I would probably only ever buy a Pro computer as a minimum these days, even though they're very expensive. So like an M5 Pro is it's not cheap. Like a 14-inch with a Pro. Yeah, that's £2,400. That's a lot of money for it. Like you could buy a lot of game stuff for that, you know. Maybe I would go for the cheaper one. 15, probably just as good. Okay, Settlers. So we're doing Settlers. Oh, we don't have any Mac games. We need to do some. Oh yeah, 7 Days to Die is a Mac game. 7 Days to Die. Mac OS. We're going to do Mac this one later. We're doing Expedition 33 as well. So you've only got a small question, but it's for M5 base chip. Would you think it will run Pragmata on medium settings, 60 FPS on M5 base chip? It looks like a tomorrow's game. Well, if you check out my live stream on Friday for the MacBook Air M5, then I did run it. I didn't find that satisfactory, but we do have 2 fewer GPU cores in it, which makes a huge difference. And I was also a fan that's passively cooled Mac. So I was getting something like 40 FPS. I can't remember what settings I was using, but if you check that out, that's the base M5 chip. I think it'll be fine. I think you'll get like 50 FPS minimum. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, I'm just gonna pee and then I'll be right back. Okay, it's nearly done. I'm gonna do some more walking, I think. Every time I walk, I've got to put this band on, static band, otherwise I'll electrically shock myself. Are you trading in your laptops yearly to upgrade? How much does it cost you to stay on the train of new computers yearly? How hard is it to sell without getting scammed? So I'm quite lucky. I've been lucky with eBay, generally speaking. I did upgrade from an M1 Max to an M3 Max, so that's like a 2-year generation gap. I would say normally like 3 or 4 years is probably fine. I don't plan to buy an M5 Max. An M3 Max is fine. I just want to make sure I stay on top of game compatibility in general. I know that the M5 chips have fixes for things like Spider-Man 2, but I can't run on M3. Neo is definitely a Mrs. Laptop. She uses an iPad Pro 11. Yeah. There's no way to put RA9 yet. You can't put it on M2 generation. So you want to play Counter-Strike 2 with crossover. The Mac was kind of hot, but it worked very badly. It is very variable. Apple in my country, in UK, will accept open return laptops even after you've used it for 2 weeks or a month. Depends on the country. I think in Taiwan you can't. So it just depends on which country you are in. Can't play Valorant on Mac due to anti-cheat. I think I might have to install Uplay on this. I think I might have to install a different bottle for Uplay. Ubisoft Connect. Because normally it wants to, in the past it wanted a Windows 7 bottle. Yeah, I did have my bot enabled, which would reply to certain keywords, but I've disabled that because back a few live streams ago when the chat wasn't working, I thought it might be interfering, but it wasn't that. Yeah. In the UK anyway, I'm not sure about all other Apple countries, but basically you can open a MacBook, use it for 2 weeks, initiate a return, and then as long as you send it back within that 2-week period, you can basically use it for a month. And then you can return it, you can buy another one, and do the same thing again, and return it, and buy another one, and return it, and buy another one. And basically, if you use Time Machine as your backup, you could probably do that indefinitely. I've returned more than like probably $40,000 or $50,000 worth of Apple products over the last 4 years. I don't know why they still let me buy stuff. They shouldn't. Okay, so we've got Ubisoft Connect here. Infinite MacBook glitch, or really it's just, can you be bothered to keep doing that process? How much time are you saving, you know? Apple must hate me. Yeah, well, they stopped replying my emails. But it means that you have the confidence of knowing that you can buy things without feeling that you might get gypped by Apple. You know, I think they make much more money overall. They gave me a loaner, yeah, but then after that they just stopped replying to all my emails. So I don't know what the point of the loaner was. Okay, so I bought Settlers on Steam, but do I have it here? Should I just subscribe to Ubisoft Plus? Do they have Settlers? Which game am I looking at? Settlers 6. Which is Settlers 6? Rise of an Empire. So Settlers. Okay, so anyway, I've got Ubisoft installed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install Steam into here and then reinstall Steam. I don't want Ubisoft Connect to interfere with my other bottle for testing purposes. I'll just reinstall Steam. They will surely have some threshold. I mean, if they have a threshold, then I must have reached it, and I haven't reached it, so they haven't stopped me buying the thing. I remember seeing a Reddit post of some guy like umming and ahhing about the color of iPhone that they wanted, and then they said they did something crazy like return the iPhone 17 or 18 times or something nuts like that. Like they just couldn't make up their mind. So I don't think there's how many times can you return Apple products? I try to have this this conversation with other YouTubers and who also test Apple products, and my feeling is that we haven't reached a limit, despite like when I did the M4 chips, right, M4 Pro, M4 Max, etc. I bought every configuration and I spent about $15,000 and then returned all of them, right? So I don't actually know what the limit is. If that isn't the limit, if $15,000 isn't the limit, then I don't actually know what is. Like, how much could you need? And then I've bought all the Ultras, Max Studios, and I've returned them all. So I don't really know what counts. I use different. I guess I use different cards sometimes, but I buy them all from one Apple ID. So okay. Okay, this should see my Settlers, and then it should see my Ubisoft as well. So you need to install Ubisoft Connect into the Settlers app. Can I try a UE5 map for old country? If you super chat, then I'll do it. Does it work well? I haven't really tested out Ubisoft Connect for a while. I'm not really sure. I honestly just think they know it's a cost of providing content creator machines way of credit card insurance for return. Yeah. Has a return ever been rejected? Okay. So funny story is that there was one time I accidentally instead of the M4 Max MacBook Pro, I accidentally sent my M1 Max in the same box because they look identical, right? 16-inch MacBook Pros. So I sent an M4. So instead of the M4 Max return, I sent my M1 Max machine because they were on the table and I was in a rush. And yeah, that's quite funny. They called me up like directly and said, "Oh, did you mean to send this?" And I said, "No." And I said, they were very kind and they just shipped it back for free. Another company might have like wanted you to pay for shipping or something, but they just didn't care. And then I sent them the correct one back. Nice try. Yeah, and I remember my M1 Max, I had like Asahi Linux installed, so they must have been a bit confused when they opened it up. Yeah, I'm single-handedly restocking the entire refurbishment side of their site. Yeah, Costco's another option, but Costco's further away from me than Costco's further than the Apple Store for me. I bought from John Lewis before, which is like a medium-end retailer. Why is this not working? So I just alt-tabbed out. Oh, I think it crashed. Let's try this again. Is this like an old game? Why is it so cheap? Thank you for joining up as a member, Victor OJS. Welcome to the stream. If you have a request, then please let me know. Well, something's loading here, but it's not the right resolution. US Best Buy has up to 60-day returns policy. That's very generous, yeah. Yeah, so returning it to John Lewis, I find it very nerve-wracking because on their website, their returns policy is separate from Apple's, which says like it has to be in an unused resaleable condition. And obviously I had used my, I think it was a M3 Max or something, which I didn't intend to buy at that time. Yeah, I wasn't really sure what I was doing. I think the main menu has loaded up here, but then it's not, like it should be up at the top, right? But it's not. It's like rendered below. So let's try quitting out of that. Can I change the set list 6? Let me do some live fixing here. Set list 6, change the resolution. So if I can get it into a so a lot of the stuff happens in the documents folder. Oh, this is an old game then, 2007. Yeah, so the 2007 games don't work so good. Documents, settlers. Well, some Empire config. Maybe just change the resolution. Or text edit this. This is a typical way of yeah, just kind of run out this old school resolution, right? So let's try and get it at 2560 by. Okay, that's saved. Let's try again. Will it run at the right resolution? So yeah, Victor, so really happy you're all right. That's all. Thanks. So yeah, if you have anything you want me to do, then just let me know. After testing M5 Pro a little bit, what MacBook Pro do you think it's close to? I mean, I don't know. Okay, we're in. So I don't have a resolution to. I don't have like a performance target to hit. Settlers 6 is an oldie, right? I've literally never played this before. 2007.
Your Majesty, I am Lord Marcus. This is Lady Alandra. We thank you for the summons to your throne room.
We look forward to serving you, Your Majesty.
We wish to bring a
It's like they got like
problem
chibi big heads.
Hearing my report, you must choose one of us to deal with this matter.
It's not cute enough to make this graphic style. Whoever decided on this graphic style,
Caravans in our kingdom.
it's just they just got it wrong. Whoever decided to make these big heads, they just got it wrong.
Send me, Your Majesty, and I will give these outlaws.
Some say it's close to a binned M3 Max. I don't know.
Welcome to the Settlers. I've taken the liberty of preparing for our mission. Press the highlighted mini-map, zoom out using your mouse wheel. Press the middle mouse button to move the camera. I await you at the marketplace of the royal city of Vestholm, east of
Okay,
Ypres.
we've moved the camera to the marketplace.
Here I am.
It's actually not performing very well.
To give me orders, you can give me movement
It's actually
orders.
performing quite poorly.
Where you want me to move. Easy, isn't it?
I think it might be because I'm running this at too high resolution.
Lady Alandra. She is near
Let me just
Vestholm's
take the
southern
graphic
gate.
settings. These 2007 games are in this kind of limbo. Oh, when am I going live again? It'll be like roughly this time tomorrow as well. So I'm going to be on for the next like 5 hours, I think. See, the thing is, right, that if you look at the stats of like, basically, Crossover does not run 32-bit games very well, right? So this is, if I look at the graphics API, it's okay, that's fine. It's a DirectX 9 game, that's why, right? But, so, the key here is, instead of trying to use it through, play it through here, right? We just play it through Parallels instead. So, I should have my Parallels installed here. Right, Parallels will make this game run way better. You'll see. So anything like that era, like GTA 4, DirectX 9 games, like that kind of time period, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, it's just way better. Okay, because when you said Settlers 6, I thought, yeah, that sounds like a lot of games, like a newer game, right? But I assumed incorrectly. Why is it trying to do it twice? Why is this? Why have I got two? Just close this because it's not. That should be right. Just do that again. These guys need to update my license. Come on, guys. So if I go back into Settlers, just install this again entirely. Then we'll install Ubisoft Connect. We'll do it again, just to demonstrate that, you know, this is our best played. These all the titles best played through this. Doesn't matter how powerful your M5 Max chip is, right? Some things just work better via Parallels. Depends on the game, though, you know. I think we have to install Ubisoft Connect as well. Okay, so after this, we're going to do probably Expedition 33 and then 7 Days to Die. Does it matter if you get an 14 versus 16 inch? Yes, because the 16 inch has an extra fan. And obviously the screen is way bigger as well. So there's a big difference. Personally, I would probably just pick the 14 inch. I only picked the 16 inch because it would get delivered faster in the configuration I wanted. Yeah. Oh, Cheese Nuts 8. Are you on a treadmill? Yes, I am on a treadmill. And you're asking why are we am I sucking down on running gel? It's like a protein pouch. I'm not testing out Mac Neo games. I guess are you asking why I'm testing out low-end games? Well, sometimes it doesn't matter how fast your Mac is. You just want to play a specific game. Unlike on Windows computers, playing a DirectX 9 32-bit game from 2007 shouldn't really be a problem, but it can be a problem on these ARM chips, these Mac ARM chips specifically. And the crossover translation there that we use is not good at doing 32-bit DirectX 9. So, which is why virtualizing it is often a better option. And a lot of people don't know that. They just assume that because it's got bad performance in crossover, and crossover is closer to bare metal, then it should just work. But it doesn't, which is sad. But it just takes a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of tweaking to like realize that actually you can get a lot of stuff working well. Does the 14 have 2 fans? 14 inch has 1 fan, right? Yeah, 1 fan versus 2. Since it's only considered if you get the max, well, it's a consideration either way. 2 fans is less annoying than 1 fan at low speeds. Oh, one's on my door. Fourteen Max has 2, but they are smaller. Okay. Okay, let's load this up again. It should be able to. It's gonna install Ubisoft Connect as well, I think. The Pro chips should all have 2 fans. Base M chips have 1. Really? I thought 14 M1. M5 Pro has 2 fans. Okay. Do I only want to install the Microsoft Game Store version? No. Okay. So I don't know how to download a Lego AI model, which is what Apple markets. You can use like Olama to do local AI models. Hey, man, you be vibe coding, not today. Okay, so let's load this up again. So I'm going to prove to you 32-bit games should function better. So let's full screen this. So if you go 48 gigabytes serious about local LLMs, I mean you can configure up to 128 gigabytes. Yeah, I could do some stuff, but I've got way too many games to test. Can I load up my game? How's World of Warcraft? I tested the World of Warcraft on Neo. Works fine. You should try Minecraft with shaders. Yeah. I tried Minecraft shaders on the MacBook Neo. These things all work. If they work on the lowest end Mac, then they're going to work on the highest end. The M5 Pro will unlock certain types of games, though. It's better.
Yes, my liege. Aye.
Oh, it's got to move to.
Yes, my liege. Aye. On our way. On your orders. Aye. On our way. As you wish.
Good day, Marcus. Keep an eye. You need.
There is an old castle we can use as a base. You'll find it if you move to the south along the road.
Still laggy, that's that. I think it's fine.
Good that His Majesty has sent you. The old castle lies west of here. Just follow the trail.
Aye. But of course. But of course. But of course.
This is literally one of the ugliest art styles I've ever seen. Like this, the size of this guy's head and how detailed the eyes are
Select your marketplace
just looks wrong.
with a left mouse button click. On your orders.
I think gaming at 40p, anything less than 5 Pro M5, 4 Pro. Yes, agree.
Yes, my liege. This is the marketplace. Your settlers will come here both to celebrate and to show you when they're not happy. Now,
I'll look at the subtitles up. Now select the castle. What castle?
this is our
Castle is a gold store, the map
our
gold store.
store. The amount of gold is. This is our storehouse, where the city's reputation is. Open the city information menu. The city information menu shows the amount
Start
of
clicking it
settlers.
again.
Open the gold menu. The gold
Taxes,
menu. Open the
storehouse.
resource menu. Let's start building our settlement. Very good. We should put the woodcutter's hut in a good spot, close to the trees. East of the marketplace would be a good. New settlers come out of the.
That panning is not super smooth, but
Woodcutter is on his way to create his new building now. Settlers like
woodcutter.
will get hungry during working. To get some food, let's build a hunter's hut near the deer. West, our settlers don't eat raw meat. We have to construct a butcher's shop near the marketplace.
Did you hear about the M60? It's going to have an iPhone chip.
Very good. The basic buildings are in place. The hunter will.
If you have to estimate the number of games that function is pairball crossover versus Linux Proton, is there a big gap? I mean, yes, it is a big gap.
Hungry settler. Excellent. Select a woodcutter's hut and press the upgrade button over the
Upgrade the woodcutter's cut. Press the upgrade button over the building. Oh, here we are. Great.
A new settler will come out of the storehouse.
The panning is not smooth. I'm not sure if that's because of the game or the way that they...
Let's follow him until the building has been upgraded.
Did you hear for the iPhone 18 will have the M6 chip? I mean, whether a chip is M or A or A18 Pro, A19 Pro doesn't make a big difference.
On our way.
It just maybe limits the functionality. Like an A18 Pro doesn't have Thunderbolt, which is a big deal on a Mac. Some games do have statutory camera panning. Maybe this is one. I mean, generally speaking, only the ones in the tutorials are going to force the camera pan to do that. Let me just check the graphics settings. What are they set at? So the options, video. So this is like default. Well, what do I do? Did something there. Okay, so that, I think I'm not going to test setlist anymore. That is my setlist test. Parallels runs this better. So good. Shut down the virtual machine. Okay, so next thing we're going to do, let's do a Mac game. Okay, so we're going to do, actually, no, we've got a request for Expedition 33, so let's do that. Expedition 33, easily one of my favorite games of last year. The M5 is less powerful laptop chips. That will be the M6 efficiency chips. M5 Pro Mac Mini, if it comes, I'll probably buy it. Yes, it will come. It just depends when. Okay, so they must have loaded this on my NAS or something. No. There's a sign of the apocalypse when Apple sells standard Airs with 512. Well, they did bump up the price by $100. So that is a difference. $512 is 512 gigabytes isn't even that much. It's sad that we're accepting 512 as a minimum. It is very little. It should be more. Am I going to do Civ 6 or 7? I covered 7 on the Mac Neo. Haven't done that. If you super chat me, then I'll do it. I think it's funny how so many other YouTubers criticize people that get Macs but like to game. No Windows laptop can touch the build quality. Yes. I think next week maybe I'm going to do an actual proper video about why people game on a Mac. This game is so good. Like, I can't believe how good it is. If Apple is willing to learn themselves with Neo, it could mean that they're finally going to go after gaming. Gamers are not professionals. Well, it remains to be seen. I do think I'm optimistic that the Neo will open up a whole world of new Mac gaming. Potentially. Okay, let's do a medium. Is this the best that an M5 Pro can pull at medium and quality battle effects? Well, considering that this is a non-Mac game, then I didn't think it's that bad. Remember this. This is a game which I think is not designed to run on this platform. We're hoping it to get a little bit higher though, you know? Medium, balanced, 1440p. Still a beautiful game. Electricity bills aren't that much, but battery life is different. Can we get to 60 with this? If I lower the rest to 1080p. I mean, it is running at 720p in internal resolution. Also, not using a laptop that sounds like a jet engine when I'm trying to play a game. Play single player game, steady FPS locked. Yes, that's what we could aim for. So ultra performance is, that's like 540p, is it? Let me see. 480p. Windows gaming laptops are pants. Fan noise situation, of course. Fan noise situation is 3000 RPM at the moment. We are running at an uncapped frame rate. I can't really hear the fan, but what should we aim for? What should we aim for? Balanced. Balanced at medium. It's better than my Steam Deck anyway. Steam Deck can barely run this game with the absolute lowest settings. Okay, so recap. Medium, balanced. Don't understand why people play on a MacBook, go on Linux with it. I mean, there's, okay, let me give you the rundown. Why play on a Mac? A MacBook is low wattage device that can have all day battery life to do your work on. It has excellent integrated graphics, which means that you can do a lot of stuff with, especially video editing, photo editing, very well. You also have no worries about viruses, basically compared to Windows computer. You have no ads, you have no bloatware built into the operating system. Windows 11 has tons of bloatware. You install Windows 11, you get Candy Crush, you get Bing, you get stuff shoved down your throat. Apple doesn't have that. If you have a problem with your computer and your Apple Mac, you can take it to any Apple store. It doesn't matter whether you're in warranty or not, they will look at it at the very least. And a lot of times I've done a lot of repairs from the Apple store out of warranty, like 5 years later. I remember Staingate, I got my Mac display completely restored, and it was multiple years after the that warranty had run out on it. And yeah, they're very consistent. They have the best keyboards, they have the best trackpads possible, right? And you know, if you spend a lot of money to get a powerful work computer that can do really good video editing, then why wouldn't it be able to play games too? You can run them through compatibility layers like this, and yeah, that's why people game on Mac. I mean, Microsoft sucks. Yeah, Microsoft sucks. Like Windows 11 is terrible, right? Windows 11 constantly adding features, Copilot, stuff you don't need. I mean, Apple does have Apple Intelligence, which is, I would say, probably just as bad, but I don't think it's just shoved down your throat as much as Microsoft.
All right, let's go. I'll accompany you there. Are you ready to see her again?
What's the best M5 MacBook Pro? Obviously, the more you spend, the better it's going to be. Yeah, and yes, I will say that this is not the best experience for playing this game. Especially when you have a Windows, you could buy a much cheaper value Windows computer. But then I think there's something to be said about having a game running that can actually function on your, you know, your portable computer, right? Even if it's a sacrifice that I think a lot of people are willing to make. Like, it's okay for people who have money, right? Then by spending double to get similar performance, it's okay as long as the build quality is there. Also, the best speaker and camera phone. The thing about Microsoft computers is that you walk into a store, you go to Best Buy or something, or in the UK it's Currys or something, right? If you buy a laptop from there, you could buy anything. You know, an average person will probably make a huge mistake if they think, oh, I want a game on it too, right? And you know, your Windows laptop can be anywhere from like $300 to like $3,000, and a lot of them have like terrible battery life as well. If you have a discrete graphics card on a laptop, it's like such a terrible experience. I have a custom build gaming desktop at home when I really want to crank up the settings. Exactly, that's what I've got. PC is great at home. I absolutely hate to deal with Windows. I hate dealing with Windows. So I've got Bazzite on my second gaming PC, you know. But the price of current Panther like laptops, I think most people would just rather buy a laptop, not a MacBook, yeah. PS5 makes more sense for gaming. Yeah, you can get PS5 is perfectly valid. For me, like my current obsession is Slay the Spire, and it's only on early access. So I actually prefer to play, I'd rather not have a PS5, I'd rather just have the same PC version I play on my Mac, my Steam Deck, my HD PC. You know, Steam Deck makes a lot of sense. Having everything in one Steam library makes a lot of sense. In my case, I must have a MacBook as an option. Exactly, yeah. If you do any serious work, right, then yeah, you would definitely have one. Will I buy a Steam machine? For sure. I'm going to buy my Steam machine for my, I guess, my open plan living room. So I have like a dedicated PC gaming room, right, with a couch and stuff, with all my main TV and stuff is there. And then for my kitchen living room, I think I'll put the Steam frame there, and I'll put the Steam frame there, Steam machine there, Steam controller, all that stuff. Yeah, you don't have to rebuy your games if you already have a master library. I've got nearly 1,000 games on Steam. The only console that I really use is the Switch. I play Switch 2 quite a lot as well, because the kids love it. I was playing Pokopia this weekend, and it was very fun. Only available on Switch 2. Whereas if I wouldn't buy a PS5, because I know that personally, it's not a question for most people, but personally, I'd rather just have a higher end Mac that can play some of my Steam games rather than a whole PS5 that is basically completely overlapped with my game. PlayStation 33 resolution is affected by display resolution that game is being rendered on. Yes.
The last few days meant everything.
I think these are in.
Can we talk?
I'm going to switch from Linux to Mac because I'm kind of tired of Linux. I think Linux, yeah, it's hard to say. As long as consoles use x86, I don't think the situation will change, unfortunately. I agree with a lot of you, it would be a great thing, but we're still a long way off. Linux is a free copy of Unix, but it'll never be as good. Fair enough. To be honest, I'm a 3D artist. At least I'm studying. I can't waste my time tinkering with the system. For me, the OS should have a tool that serves me. Yeah.
Not impressed.
Can't dodge this. I can't remember how to play this game anymore. It's been like a year since I played this. It's such a good game. Valheim also has an excellent Mac port. I'll run it on the MacBook Neo as well. I can't remember why I think my things must have got reset. All my talent, my skills. I can't remember why my character does the things it does now.
You're outmatched. Bring it on.
Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Was it?
The dance begins.
Do you think gaming performance between the F5, you mean M5 Pro and M5 Max, is worth the extra 2 TB versus 1 terabyte? And I can't remember what the price difference is.
Flames. On me. Anga. Fiery.
The RAM process MacBook is cheaper, yes. Why do most games run on crossover that have memory leaks? Not most games. There's hardly any games that have. It's only a handful have actual only a handful of games have issues running with their memory leaks. This game doesn't have a memory leak. MacBook screens are excellent despite not being OLED. That's another reason to get this, because you just, when you buy a Windows computer, it's just a crapshoot about which screen's better. Have I tested Asahi Linux? Yes, I've done quite a lot of testing on Asahi Linux. One of the reasons I still can retain my M1 Max is because that's one of the few things which that's probably the highest end laptop which can run M1 Max, one Asahi Linux well. Other one being the M2 Max. This game increased RAM use from when you started playing. Yeah, I mean that's normal from when you, depends on what levels being loaded, etc. But it doesn't have a memory leak from what I recall. A G14, my wife has a G14 with a 4060. G14 is obviously better, but for wider compatibility and better frame rates. But it's still a hot machine. It still gets the fans were up. It's very close to being MacBook Pro like. I've got the 2 years ago old G14 right there. You can play all the anti-cheat games on it that you want. But I let her use the G14 because she's just used to using Windows, not used to using a Mac. So that's another reason is which one you're used to. Yeah, it does not run on battery very well. If you're running Chrome on it and trying to run a game on it, it's just not very good. Battery life is terrible for like normal productivity tasks. Even stuff like Zoom barely lost 2 hours on it with a bunch of Chrome tabs open. Okay, I'm just trying to quit out of all my stuff. Okay, we're doing, I think we're doing 7 Days to Die now, so that's our next request. Play single-player games are okay on Mac, but I can't play Deadlock without stutters. Yes, that's the problem. Yeah, if you want to play multiplayer games, just buy a Windows laptop. That's the real thing. If you play any form of competitive CS2, Deadlock, anything like that. Okay, so 7 days to die. We'll end this. I have to buy this. How much have I played of it already? "20 years PCMR. What I honestly cannot understand is how people want to cringe companies like Asus selling RGB and bloat software. It is bad, yeah. Although the G14 is not that bad compared to other laptops I've used in the past. It's not as bad. $1,100 difference between a Pro and a Max. It's quite a big difference, isn't it? Okay, 7 days to die. I've tested this a lot of times now, and I've refunded it multiple times. How much time have I got? Okay, 46 minutes. I can still do it. That's an entire MacBook Air difference. I mean, personally, I would fly to another country like Taiwan and get it cheaper. Try to leverage. There's an arbitrage. Yeah, G14 is a good compromise, I think. VR gaming is possible using parallels, but there's a lot of compromises. I wouldn't really bother. People whine about ARM make no sense. If no company use it, then there'll be no improvement. Apple's ARM chips are like the best thing that ever happened to the Mac. They're having Paradox games. Crusader Kings. I could buy Victoria 3 or something. I tested that last year. It's a big difference, but double the storage and increase the RAM, is that worth? Personally, I'd be quite happy with an M5 Pro. I wouldn't necessarily pay more for an M5 Max. Because this is going really similar performance to what I get on my M3 Max. For me, this is enough, but it just depends on you, I think. Why don't you use a real Linux computer? I do use I have a whole PC running Bazite. Actually, I should launch the launcher. What's the launcher? What does the launcher do? Launch game. So why am I showing this laptop? This is like my job. Have a guess about why I'm swaying side to side. We'll see. No problem. What help were you looking for? I can't remember what I helped you with. The operating system is not a religion. I have all of them. I run everything. I run Linux, I run Windows, and I run Mac simultaneously. I have a Steam Deck, I have Bazite PC. I'm gonna buy a Steam machine. I have a Switch too. Right. I genuinely I don't really care that much about about specific. I'm not tied to one specific ecosystem at all. What's a native res? Can't remember. But I'm running this at 1440p. This Brewman guy is just a troll. I'm just going to hide him. No point having this conversation on a Mac gaming channel about Bishop Price. Stupid. So why can't we see? How do you get F8? Trying a game. Play Assassin's Creed Shadows, maybe. To be honest, I'm growing old and starting to understand you need to use the right tool set for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm joining a server. I mean, obviously, if you're on your own, then you're only rendering your own kind of stuff. But when you're joining a server, then you might run the server in the background yourself. But there are more players in the game too, so it's a balance. Well, 2 minutes to download the whole world, so it take that long. I haven't tested out PS3 emulation yet, but if I did open up RPCS3, then which game should I test? I'm just gonna drink the right back. Cool, I'm in now. You can still request Civ 7 if you want to. Arcade or regular, or both. F8, right? Okay, Pistol Hamster has requested Elden Ring, and we must. Let's do it. Let's add it to the list. I'm going to turn off motion blur because I bloody hate motion blur. A medium. This is like really intense game for this. Can I turn off bloody... It's medium, except for that. And we need to do... I'm an inverted player, so... Okay, I don't know how to play this game, but we are loaded into an anti-cheat server. It's stuttery. You know what, I probably should scale this a bit. So it's a medium. And we use upscaler, simple upscaler. Let's go to like 50%. Okay, why does it look terrible at 50? Upscaler looks like it's low quality. This doesn't use metal. Maybe I'll just lower the resolution a bit. I remember, if I recall correctly, it doesn't seem to lower the resolution. Oh, it does. Oh, no, it definitely does make a difference. 1080p. I wish Apple would do an 8-core CPU and 60-core GPU. You need CPU in order to feed the GPU frames, though. From what I recall, this game is just not good on a Mac, like even on high-end computers. Is this Polish? It's a bit of a stuttery game. It's bad. On this install, you have to load a launcher and change it to metal. Oh, okay, let's do that. Oh, let's get the launcher going, don't I? Renderer, I have to change this to metal. Thanks for letting me know. No plans for Red Dead Redemption 2 unless someone super chats me. I'm doing Elden Ring next, thanks to Pistol Hammer's recommendation. So huge difference between crossover and parallels. Yes, there is a huge difference. Check out my videos on it. I made a video a few months ago, 2 months ago about it. This is medium. What's the one I entered before? Isn't it? It was like a Polish server. Was it this one? Chechia project. Now the game version 2.5 blends in with the performance UI. Yes. Parallels is good for 32-bit DirectX 9 games. Yeah, so anything released between like 2004 to like 2012, 2011 tends to run better on Parallels. It looks a lot better with metal. I'm going good, thanks. For the fun of it, I'm going to test crossover on Linux, see if it's better than the alternative on Linux. Well, nothing's going to be better than Proton, right? Frame time's a bit inconsistent on this. You just run at 1080. Yeah, metal makes a huge difference, but it's still capped at 60. Why are we capped at 60? It's probably just the... See, if it was truly at that resolution that Metal HUD is reporting, I've had this issue before. Like if we put it there, right, it'll actually make the game run slower. Like 20 frames per second, and then it's just misreporting the resolution. So I'll go down to 1080p is probably what we're expecting for this game. It's a terrible game. Okay, thank you. Yeah, function F8. Whoop. Where's my frame rate counter? There we are. Ah, there we are. That's the true internal frame rate. It's as powerful as that M3 Max. I think similar. So frame rate is on the middle left of the screen. Thank you very much. Frame rate in the Sierra. It's just very stuttery. It's quite an old game as well, so I don't really know why it's performed so poorly. Quite inconsistent. If you go into settings and see the max start scale is an option now. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's scale it to 50. I think it adds a bit of some graphical artifacts. I'll turn it off, scale it off. It doesn't really look good. It runs good on Parallels. What runs good on Parallels? You mean 7 Days to Die? I thought this was a zombie game. Aren't there supposed to be zombies in this? Do you actually hate yourself if you touch this? Oh, you do. Ouch. Almost died from that. This is somebody's gate. I get annoyed with the stuttering scene and abandon it. Yes. I agree. Do you play, well, I mean, what platform do you normally play Rust on? The Mac port could be better. I agree. It's always been like this, right? If so, I can remember the first time I tested it, it was like this. There was a heavy hitch there. Overwatch now playable on latest macOS beta thanks to Apple fixing Rosetta bug. Yes, but it crashes. So Diablo 2 Resurrected we tested out earlier in the game, earlier in the stream, and that has an issue. Are these all player made structures? Oh, I just died. Ouch. Oh, the world spawns these. Okay. I walked into a trap. Whoops. Some residents. Ow. Run away. Can I punch this zombie to death? I don't think so. The response time on the monitor. I mean, you're not competitive gaming on a Mac, really. Expedition looks ugly with dithering hair. I think it's okay, actually. Don't really mind dithered hair too badly. Am I going to trap myself in this room? Where's all the stuff? Where's all the loot? There's not any weapons I can use to defend myself. I prefer them for a regular PS3 era hair. What kind of house has a staircase that doesn't go all the way up? Can I just pick up a bed? Do you normally play with VSync enabled? I mean, yes, but I'm doing like performance testing, so I can't. I'm trying to run the highest number of health. For frame rate. Okay, that's Rust. Sorry, not Rust. 7 Days to Die, not Rust. Rust also works on here, right? Okay, next game we are looking at is Elden Ring. Let's do it. I enable VSC on 12 was awful. Pragmata looks good, yeah. Elden Ring's only because of because we're running I think we're running that game at native resolution, right? It's only if we upscaling in some way. I think you can MacBook a nice deal if you can buy a used one. Yeah. Dithering happens in UE5 at all levels, really? Death Stranding 2 is not getting a Mac port. So yeah, we've got 2 games coming out on Thursday, I think. So we have Crimson Desert and Death Stranding 2. So both of those things we've got to really look out for. Mm. Sorry, so late. It's okay for you to forget the stream, mate. I'm here all day. Why can't I full screen this properly? It's because I was trying to run this on the MacBook Neo, and then I was running this on a tiny, tiny screen. And then it's remembered my settings from that. I think I messed some settings up last time trying to make this really small. Let's just do that first, and then wrong Steam. Be gone. Yeah, it's playable on the I think Valheim is quite flexible and it's quite a low end game in many ways. Okay, full screen 1080. I'll set my stall for a bit. I'll sit down for a bit. Okay, finally we've got the right resolution. That only happened because I was messing around with other stuff. Quality settings high. Should be able to run this at high. High settings. Okay. Can I run a maximum? I think I'll just run this at higher. No, I want to see if we get anything with if I quit game. So maybe today WoW is including in your game list. If you super chat me, then I'll test out WoW. But I don't intend to do it because I've already proven that it works on the MacBook Neo this this current generation. So I don't really see a strong need to do it any more than that. Okay, maximum settings. Let's see if we can continue my game. Elden Ring is basically capped to 60 anyway. That's a console port. I'm looking at I always forget what's the button for my horsey. This is the highest setting, I think, maximum. Look at my horsey out. I don't know how to play this game. Because I have a ring, don't I? I want to run this with ray tracing on. Can I do that? I'll just do it without ray tracing on first. I don't have a horsey whistle. I'm pretty sure I do. Let me go here. This is M5 Pro chip. What's the button on the PS5 controller to get the alternate? Press up. I remember it being a two button combination. Maybe I've lost it somehow. On my inventory. If I don't have it here, I never have it? I don't understand. Okay, don't have a horsey. I haven't tried Requiem on this yet. Ow. So if this can go up to maximum at 55 to 60 frames per second. Oh, here we are. Hold triangle and D-pad. Yeah, I bound it to down. That's it. I forgot how to do it. We'll see. The configuration for the MacBook is listed in the description. So basically, the game is capped to 60, and if I run this at high graphics settings, it'll be just solid 60. But because I'm running this at maximum, this is it's going to 50. So just demonstrate that that's how we cap this game. Do you think the performance difference on the 20 GPU versus 60 is going to be big? Yes, like 20% difference. There's an FPS unlocker for Elden Ring. Is there? I can't be bothered to do that. Yeah, it's running at 1440p native. So if I check the system settings, that's at my maximum at the moment. Right past the soldiers and the trolls. You mean in this direction east, or should we be going this way? Because there's that up there is a up there is a thing. Up there is a. Okay, you want me to go full through this gate? Okay, yeah, I think I know how to do that. Because there's like a big boss that comes up here, which is very tough, which I've died to many times. Ah! Oh. Faster. Oh well. I can get past this guy. Can I summon my guy again? Let's do it. FPS is solid, yeah, even at maximum graphics settings. So much for Horsey. Ah, the boss hurt his own dude. Temperatures, yes. We'll look at temperatures in a second. Okay, let's just check temperatures. So, you can see it's like 90, 82, and fans are at 3,600, 3,600, so it's not that bad. Horsey is a green horse made of recycled horses. Well, I seem to be able to summon the horse, but with all the stuff on my horse, all back to normal without any kind of issue. So yeah, maybe it is a recycled Horsey. Isn't it better just to get a 5090? Yes, you could get a 5090. You're right. BRB in 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, just remember that this is the non-anti-cheat version. Well, so we can't play with anti-cheat players. But you can play it offline. G14 for 5070 Ti is on sale right now for $18.99. G16 is $20.99. Yeah. That sounds about right to me, like they're the closest in build. It really depends if you what games you want to play on it and whether Windows meets your productivity needs, right? This guy doesn't like me. Okay. So we've done Expedition 33. We've done 7 Days to Die. And we've done Elden. Okay, so I'm open for super chats. If there's any super chats, then I will do them today. We also did FF 14. We also did Final Fantasy 14. I think generally impressed with the performance of that. When it does not meet your productivity needs. Okay, let's quit. So I like to close all this stuff, just do a search for exe, because I find that cleans things up a little bit clearer. Okay, I'm going to try and do some macOS native gaming here. see what I've got installed. I kind of forgot. Yeah, we did Helldivers 2. What else we got? Oh, there's a game that I bought recently. Then I just had a Mac port just released. What was it? I got it yesterday as a key. Let me see. Because I redeemed something recently. It was like a strategy game that came out recently on macOS. Mechabellum, that's it. Let me see if we try that, because I've not played this one before. That doesn't look right. Why is the Mac port? This was in the last week. Is there like a patch I can apply? Let me see. Install. There's no data in this. Why does the Mac D-pad have no data? I was looking forward to trying something like this. It's 0 bytes. Okay. Let's see what else we've got. That could be interesting to try. There's a lot of games that are Mac OS. Could do Baldur's Gate 3. That will work quite well, I think. Yeah, okay, we haven't tried Dead Island 2 in this batch yet. Just do Dead Island 2. I should probably do Cyberpunk as well. So I haven't really tested this one very much, but I guess this is going to work better than 7 Days, which is another, I guess, a type of, zombie type game. Shaders. Okay. Sync off. High quality. So it's high. 1440p. But it's scaled as well. So how is it scaled? Is the scaling done here? Metal effects at quality mode. Okay. Is M5 good for running local LLMs? Yes. Not as good as an M5 Max though.
Armor jaunts should be on the left.
What do I have to do? Find a way to manage. Okay, so it's high with metal effects turned on with quality mode. Let me turn VSync on because, like, this doesn't look good. But then if I put VSync on, it'll lock to 60. Let me see. That's too ultra. Have I tried Noctalia shell? What's that? So ultra settings, 1440p, lock to 60. Wow, my God. And that did scare me a lot. Ooh, pool cue. So how can I change my pull cue? Oh, I've got a wrench. Hold Y for weapon wheel. Hey, just joined the stream. Welcome to the stream. So we're playing Dead Island 2. And this is displaying at 1440p, no metal effects. And it's on ultra settings. Ultra. So how do I use the med kit? Please no motion blur. Me agreed. What up the FFV slightly. Lighting effects are nice. That's nice.
Need a code. Gotta be something around here.
I only think this was native because looks and runs amazing. It's native.
Estúpido. Mierda. Come on.
At least baton. Okay. Oh, you're still alive. Or someone else. I need more health. I need another weapon. Baton's probably good. How do I heal? Oh. Press down. Press down to heal. Okay. Graphics really good. So I need to find the, there's like a quest marker here. Yeah, this game looks solid. I need to find a thing. If you want to play Sleeping Dogs, the Mac port is ancient. Just try and run the Windows version through crossover instead. You're going to have better time. Same thing with Euro Truck Simulator. Did I try Minecraft yet? No, I haven't. If anyone has any requests, I'll do them for super chats. But right now, I'm just focusing on what I'm doing here. At least in StarCraft 2, my mouse movement looks wonky in one to one windows. Do you mean? Yes. Have you turned off mouse acceleration?
There we go.
Oh, here we go. If you turn off mouse acceleration, there's also an application called Linear Mouse you can try as well. That might help.
Who's out there?
Carla, from the crash.
Oh, okay. Come in.
So this is Dead Island 2.
Menos mal. My head is gonna explode. It's probably fine. Just need a whole lot of sleep.
The game is just I've turned VSync on because without VSync on, it doesn't view well on the camera.
What? Ew. This is actually very cool and badass.
Get away from this house! You what are you devil? Give me the gun! No! You have been beaten! You will turn. It's as I know. I've seen it now. Get away!
Freya! They were at the crash. I invited them. Just give me the...
No! I will not have this devil in my house!
Your house. You may have snuck your whole family in the moment I was gone, but this is still my home.
You abandoned me!
Well, I'm back now, and you are still my housekeeper, so give me the bloody... gun.
Take it, lady. I'm going to sleep now.
Emma, we've got a problem. Our friend here has been bitten.
So? What the bloody hell does that mean?
Nintendo Beast.
We must kill them.
This is not a fucking movie. I'm not killing them.
It's definitely not my job description. Oh God. Are they turning? Oh, we're gonna be sick. Shoot!
That's a funny. That's a funny cutscene.
Say something.
No bullets in me.
Michael,
fainted and the gun went off. Fucking idiot almost hit me.
Okay, so I need to cover at least a couple more. I've done way too much Windows game testing on this M5 Pro. I need a few more native games.
But you're staying
So,
locked up.
okay, Dead Island 2 seems to work. Can I play Uncharted game? I don't know, man. You keep shouting really loud. I'm not sure I'm going to do that. Okay, let's see. What haven't I done yet? I think I'm going to have to do Cyberpunk. It's just mandatory. Every Mac needs to play Cyberpunk. The question is at what setting? Because at 1440p, let's go 1440p again. That's what we want to go for. That's what we're aiming for. Sleeping Dogs Belly 30 foot plus. Yeah, running Sleeping Dogs by Windows is way better. How much is Cyberpunk? It's a very cheap game. You can buy it on key sites. Okay, so the high graphics preset, it'll could go Metal Effects quality mode by default. So let's see what the benchmark says. The new accelerators is extremely useful for upscaling frame generation. Okay. EFC doesn't work. FIFA 20, I think the last FIFA to work was like FIFA 22. Of course, you can't buy the old FIFAs anymore. Yeah, I'll try Ultra and High and everything. Cold today, it's April. 1440p Ultra. Yeah, we'll try that. Apple's M series are great for LLM prototyping because of the unified memory architecture, but nowhere near NVIDIA. Can I try 4K? I'll try this in Ultra and High and then Ultra first. We'll see what Ultra looks like. So it's high graphics preset 61. Let's try Ultra. The screen is nearly 4K, not quite 4K. Can you try test with Resolume Arena? What's Resolume? This is the 16-inch MacBook Pro. Yeah, the Cyberpunk has become a replacement for testing if a PC can run Crysis. Yes, agreed. Actually use 9060 XT in Linux for training and inference with time self. CFU's transformers works fast enough for my needs. Time series transformers are tiny compared to LLMs. I have a 9070 non-XT in my Baslite PC. It's great. Runs almost everything I throw at it. The only thing it wouldn't run is Soma, but I'm not sure why that is. Okay, 44 FPS at 1080p Ultra. Metal Effects still a set at quality mode. So I'm going to do this at high. And then let's just play my last save, I guess. Drive around a bit in the day. Mental effects balance is where it's at, yeah. Pepsi Pro Max M5 Max Pro, yeah. Capped to 60 at the moment. Can I uncap this? Oh, what's running at 1920? And then graphics, we want them set to high. Looks gorgeous at 1440p. With this metal effect scaling, it's a different kind of game compared to like on M5, on the base M5 MacBook Air. It runs great on the screen as well. If you look at this, if you come look at the screen itself, right? Just imagine playing it on a laptop like this. Woof, fender bender. I haven't really got that far into this game. I haven't really progressed beyond this this intro. Why is that 111 degrees? Let's have a look at the temps. 91. With fan speeds of 2,500, it's not bad. A tiny little Jeep. Whoa. Oh, we're not capturing any sound. What's that? Maybe make sure we get some sound in here. Driving like a maniac. My doors come off. I can feel this like real buzzing in this DualSense controller here. Is there a possibility for Mac gaming even more, and if so, by how much? That is a... I don't really understand that question. How much more what? Like 4? Is the number 4 a useful... Gonna help? How do we quantify how good Mac gaming can get? It's a decisive medium at the moment, I'd say. Yeah, you want me to do a Minecraft video? I'm not sure I'll do that. Depends if I get a super chat for it or not. That's my criteria for doing things, because I've nearly covered all of the native Mac games I can do. Yes, you can run games with Metal Effects turned off, if that's the question. I kind of hate this green car. I don't like the way it handles. Always oversteer on it. You get into this the objective. The next objective is just down here. I think this is the wrong way for that objective. I think I've gone the wrong way. Explain what is Metal Effects. Metal Effects is upscaling, so it means that you have a resolution, so that's how many pixels are on the screen, and then what upscaling does is that it makes the game run at a low resolution. Then it upscales it using algorithms to make it look nicer at a high resolution. So it can look really good. But this game is running at 960p, being upscaled to 1440p. Overkill Labs, thank you very much for that super chat. So yeah, of course we're going to do Resident Evil Requiem. So Overkill Labs, let's do it. Overkill Labs. RE Requiem, let's do that after this. Yeah, it's an upscaler. It just means that it's...
Agree to help me, you'll find out.
It's a gorgeous looking game.
Fuck no. You will not jerk me around.
Overkill Labs, which I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, come on. Calm down.
Don't tell me.
This is a beautiful looking game.
Know where to find the cargo and your car. If you go alone, you won't get them back. And you could lose something else besides.
So let's...
I think Resident Evil Requiem is going to work a hell of a lot better than the M4 MacBook Air, which we tested the other day.
One guy I gotta talk to. A corpo traveling by Corp convoy.
Minecraft is okay performance, but not great because it's the GL. If you use Vulkan that uses Molten VK, then it gets pretty decent performance. Yeah, I think 1440p high is the way to go on this. It's upscale from 960p. Looks gorgeous on the screen. Like, I don't see why you need anything else to play. Yeah, no shaded support for Vulkan. Vulkan mod.
Cars in Rocky Ridge. You're supposed to know where that is. Cars...
Okay, so Cyberpunk working nicely. What else do we need? Super helpful, but thank you very much, Daniel Braithwaite. So a lot of games don't support Metal FX. Only the better Mac ports, like Cyberpunk definitely supports it. Dead Island 2 supports it. Everspace 2, Stray. Some high-profile games don't support it, like Baldur's Gate only has FSR 1. Can try Bloodborne Pro and Max. Okay, yeah, sure, let's do that. That's a very good idea. I haven't looked at Shared PS4 for a while. Envargas Bloodborne. I think with recent changes, it might actually work pretty well. So let's do that. We'll do the next request, which is Requiem. Let's do that. So I ran this on Friday on an M5 MacBook Air, and it was okay. We're doing a very zombie-filled day today, aren't we? Don't know what state of Shadow PS4. Well, we're going to find out very soon, aren't we? Okay, so we are doing what is it? Requiem. Glad I bought this game because I've been asked to test it so many times now. Is crossover better than Steam porting? Crossover is better than some things. It's better than some of the old Mac ports. So what often happens is that companies make a Mac port based on the best technology at the time. So it would have been OpenGL for games like Euro Truck Simulator, Sleeping Dogs, Mad Max, etc. But the games themselves will actually run better through translation layers, through crossover, if you run D2D Metal through them or something like that. Okay, so what games do I play generally? At the moment, I'm playing a lot of Slay the Spire 2. That's my main thing at the moment, which is a Mac game as well. I think we could turn hair strands on now. Let's auto-configure. Let's prioritize quality. I think metal effects wise is something around ballpark, yeah. So what did it do? It decided that hair strands, let's turn our hair strands on. Let's just turn on graphics quality normal. Normal. Let's go, 10 frame generation off. Let's set this to quality mode. Okay, so motion blur on, hair strands on, normal. Let's put normal. What's upscaling quality? Does it also... It also adds frame generation. It's 10 frame generation off. Okay. Are you using an external monitor because I can't seem to change the resolution of Requiem? Yes, I'm using an external monitor, and I'm also using something called Switch Res X to like manually select a 16:9 resolution, which is better for making YouTube content for, I think. Yeah, Metal FS is better than FSR 1, but FSR 3.1 versus Metal Effects, not sure. Yeah, using hacks that turn on FSR 4.
Get Brentwood locked
Oh,
down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Leon sections tend to be a bit more intensive. Let's just change the... What's the accessibility? Is there the easy mode? Aim assist. Yeah, aim follow, good. So I'll just reminder, this is 1440p. Metal Effects is set to quality mode and everything else is normal. I'd say put on normal graphics settings. Frame generation off. 16:9 is less tall, so technically it's fewer pixels than 16:10. If the on sections run at 60 FPS, the whole game can run at 60 FPS. Agreed. Just try to get the game to avoid stretching. It looks silky smooth from this end. His jacket looks really cool. It looks great on the MacBook screen, like here. Like, I can't really beat that. Ah, that's gory. Why is some random guy be holding the exact ammo that we need? I will test Baldur's Gate 3 if someone super chats me, but otherwise I've nearly reached the limit on my games. I'm going to do Bloodborne. I need to do one more macOS game. Maybe Baldur's Gate 3. I'll do it if I get a super chat. Otherwise I'm probably going to do something else, like No Man's Sky again. Open the fridge and there's ammo inside. There's a little tiny green plant. You can use that to heal yourself. That's a kick. That's a kick and a half. Green plants. We should be looking up for more green herbs. Do you use blood to craft? I haven't really played much further beyond this. What I'd like to do is I'm going to keep this save point, so I'm not going to progress further. But I'm going to load a game. I'm going to go to this part, get to the fuse bit. Which is what I benchmarked on Friday for the 14-inch MacBook Air. The whole game, including video memory, is using 16 gigs. The name of the game is Resident Evil Requiem. So we turn hair strands on, so you can see the beautiful hair, beautiful wavy hair. So yeah, this is the way to play this game, I guess. So the Leon sections, if they can reach 60 frames per second, then the Grace sections are way less demanding. The M5 Pro is doing a fair job of being a gaming computer. Yes. The future native port, if it ever comes out, will be amazing. But why wait when you can play it right now if you've got an M5 Pro machine? So this part is kind of freaky. I still haven't figured out how to get past this part, but... Is it possible to turn on ray tracing? Okay, I don't want to turn on the monster yet because that's a bit scary. So let me just get to the safe bit and we'll see if ray tracing makes any difference to this. Where's ray tracing? There is ray tracing in this, right? No, there isn't. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, the M1 generation and M2 generation can't run this. Move the train, get the toolbox. Yeah, I'm too much of a scaredy cat to do that. I'm not doing that right now. Okay. Okay, Requiem is done. I'm going to do Bloodborne now. Okay, so I think I haven't installed Shad PS4 on this at all. So I think I need to have to do this from scratch. And I've kind of forgotten how to do this. I've actually forgotten how to do this. Let's do the latest release. Forward. I haven't used Homebrew for a while. Mostly I use Homebrew to achieve a specific end, and I haven't found what that end is yet. I need Qt launcher, don't I? I completely forgot how to install it, how to get this set up. Okay, let's see if we can get this up and running, because I just need to copy a game. Can't remember how to do this. On my own personal backup, of course, of shared PS4 games include. Is it Bloodborne? Okay, yeah. Okay, I need to clear some space. Let's delete this. And you know what? I can install that into my downloads folder actually. Hmm. Okay, so as that's copying, do I need to do anything else? I can't remember. Do I need to install anything? You can't really fit. I filled up this my solid state drive, which is like 4 TB, 4 terabytes, and that's a lot. I mean, that's just some games, but my Steam macOS folder is 1.1 terabytes downloaded into my Steam macOS. Yeah, you need to. Generally speaking, you need more storage. What's Resolute? Multimedia server. Okay. To think about what the other Mac game I want to test is. Last Mac game. Maybe it will be Shadows. What Mac game should we cover next? Could do Control, I guess. Could do Dota 2. Could do anything. It's up for grabs. Anything anyone suggests, I can just give it a quick whiz around. Shadows. I haven't played Shadows in a good resolution yet. Let's just see how this runs. Any mysterious issues similar to Neo? Nothing on the M5 Pro yet. How did I can't remember how I did. Is there any Bloodborne? Is there any fixes I need to apply to just run it? I can't remember. It's been a year and a bit now. I already did Elden Ring. Big cat. Elden Ring one is great. Yeah. Lots of Gen M4s for sale. Yeah, it's a good time to get an M4 or even like an M3 Max. All good. I'll run this in a minute. I'll do the Bloodborne first. Okay. Why can't I open this? Why can't it see my game? I've forgotten how to do this. What? Did they change this? Okay, things have changed a bit. They've removed PKT ability. This is from like a year ago. This build is old. How do I feel about using a build that's nearly a year old? Let me just nuke my application settings. So it's an older build, but maybe it'll work for what we need it to do. So our shared PS4 can't install PKGs. So I could have it downloaded into here. So this is the update there, and then I could use this. Apparently, I can use this to also install the update as well. So my update is here. So patching it to that, and then what I'll do is I'll close this. Then I'll open up my shared PS4 new, the new version. Then I've got the Bloodborne there as well. So I should be able to just boot this. So I'll use the nightly, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've installed the new version. Okay. Got my controller. And then I don't know the settings I need to apply because there are some like custom patches, right? Skip intro. 60 FPS. Uncap FPS. Resolution patch. Can I run this at 1440p on this? Let's try. Might be crazy. Crash. Maybe I'll disable that patch. Just get it to boot first. Because it was a pain. It's just not really. They just slightly changed the way that they did the the package. Is not the end of the world.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm using the latest version. I'm not sure what resolution it's running at. What's the default resolution for
Well, you've come to the
720p? Okay, let's run out 720p and see how it goes. I put it onto the 60 FPS patch.
signed and sealed.
Maybe we need to apply the performance patch. I think we need to apply a performance patch. Because I know I can run better than this. I can lower the resolution slightly. Yeah, it's all about the patches, isn't it? What is the performance patch? Modify some of the game's debug menu parameters, automatically applying them for better performance. Some of them do not trigger until the debug menu render to a GUI. Meaning you need to debug the menu patch alive. You need to open up the rendering. Don't know what that means. Motion blur disable. Yes. Disable motion blur, disable chromatic operation. Let's try that first, right? It's minor patches first. So this is not much change apart from motion and chromatic. I've disabled this extra effects. So normally when I've tested in the past, I've actually lowered it down to 540p. Normally that makes a pretty big difference. Maybe I should apply that performance patch as well, see what we can get out of this. So the performance patch requires us to debug menu render GUI. Okay, we'll try that. And then I think I might lower it down to 540p. Okay, see what level of performance we're going to get out of that. Because I just want it close-ish to 30. Is this one of those wait for compilation games? Maybe. So this is running on the latest nightly. Is it running slower because of the 60 FPS patch? Let me just look this up. So let's disable the. Let's keep the performance patch, but delete this one. Maybe like better 30 FPS. Better 30 FPS. The Mac is still nice and cool. It's at 1,300 RPM, very nice. Okay, let's try that. it's not. It could be a needs or power issue. I can't remember if what to compare it with because I've disabled AA, disabled yeah, disabled quite a few things. How do I open up the debug menu in this game? How do you open up the debug menu? Trying to remember how do I get playable frame rates out of this because there was a thing that you could do to get 30 FPS, I think. Because I remember getting it on weaker hardware in the past. Like it didn't require. It was something that we could do. Let me think. It should be running faster than this. That's what I'm thinking. It should be better than this. Because if I look at my shared PS4 tutorial from ages ago, what was I running at? What resolution are we talking about? God, so many ads. Why are there so many ads on this channel? That was on my M1 Max. Yeah, that was a lot better. What did I do here? Bloodborne FPS boost. Okay, gotta find this. No, I'm not doing me to open parallels. I just want to open it with regular extractor. We got this an RAR file. So we should be able to use the unarchiver. Is it utilizing all the cores? This is more of an issue with the actual emulator itself rather than any. There's not really necessarily an indicator of the actual performance of this Mac. No, I did not mean to do that. No. Open with the unarchiver. So I've got to put the map file in here. So I've got my. So what have I got to do? Past me, what do I do? I've forgotten how to do this. I have to look at my patch file. Got this on archiver. Oh, I can't understand what I'm doing until I do it myself. I've got to watch my own tutorial now. Let me just see if I can put it on so both of us can hear it.
Thing with the map folder, what I want to do is to hold the option key, and then that'll be a plus button.
Okay, I need to put it in DVD root.
And then this now has the option to merge.
I need to merge the folders. So I've got this, then I've got this. I've got to do DVD root and then map. And I've got to merge. Okay, good. That should be better now. Let's see if we can get better performance. Thank you, past me. Very good tutorial there. Okay, that is better, but somehow worse than my M1 Max, I think. So what else did I do? What other crazy thing did I do?
Merge. So I want to merge, full screen this, and then we can go ahead and play a bit. So yeah, definitely closer to hitting that 30 frames per second. It's like the ability to say who kind of let gravity see how this works.
You said you get the lawnmower.
Ads! Oh my god. Ads all the time. Still says 1440p, but the internal resolution will be 540p.
Amazon Spring deals instead. Oh dear. Grab any tool, Gary. Just look busy.
I think I applied some patches, didn't I?
So here, of course, I'm going to full screen as well, and then I'm going to go ahead and play the game. So here my character is waking up from updated if it's been created after this tar dot. So click open, and now all of. So next AG file, you press OK. So now it's extracted. We might want to select the 30 FPS fix.
Yeah, let's try 30 FPS fix. Cheats, 30 FPS fix. Okay, let's try that. I think that's about probably as good as we can get it. It will say 1440p because that's just like the window resolution. It's not the internal resolution. It's sad to see that this isn't as good as I hoped it would be. It hasn't progressed that much since it's been over a year now since I made that last video. I wonder if people actually completed this game on a Mac, right? It is like not running well. Yeah, M1 Max clears M5 Pro in this performance scenario anyway. Yeah, it's one of the few remaining exclusives. It looks really janky. Just want to run past. Instant death. Okay, so sad this isn't working as well as I wanted to. Sorry about this. If anyone can figure out if it works better on that, probably on my M5 Max, it probably work better, but I'm just checking my activity monitor for any stuff that might be. Okay, so we didn't do that well there, but I want to test out a couple more games. So native titles, let's have a look. Look at my list of stuff. Something tiny bit more exciting. Can we do it? Shadows, yeah, I'll do Shadows. Shadows, and I might do Spider-Man 2 for the thumbnail, I guess. When did Spider-Man 2 come out on PC? Spider-Man 2 came out 2023. Released 2025. Okay. I kind of hate Ubisoft Connect. God, tired of sitting now. Time to walk again. Yeah, it's a real shame that they didn't really do more. Need login for a single player is a joke, yes. There's a few games like that on Mac now. It's like Hitman, A World of Assassination is not great either. That requires Okay, let's check what settings we're using. Because I think we can get this a bit higher. Quality mode. And overall. Can we do high? Can we do high with ray tracing everywhere? Let's restart now. Does Rocket League run on MacBook Neo? Apparently it does, but that's introducing Attitude, right? So maybe it doesn't now. So it used to work on the Epic Game Store, but it's possible that it doesn't work anymore. That's a very distinct possibility. So running it at high at 1440p, quality metal effects. Okay, let's just check again. Oh, we'll do the benchmark as well. 1440p, high with diffuse everywhere, with ray tracing everywhere. And then metal effects at the quality mode. Let's give that a go. The only thing kind of scaring me on Mac game is the price of crossover. Crossover is cheap. So this is with ray tracing on everywhere. Is it really trying to hit 30? Dynamic resolution off, that's what we want. That's better, I can kind of see the actual performance. So this is on the high graphics preset. What I could do is turn ray tracing off, because that's not really necessary for this. I remember when I tested this on an M3 Ultra back in the day, right, that this didn't seem to scale well in terms of like even if I set it to performance mode, I'm not going to get much higher frame rates from this. So this is performance scaling from 960. Actually, that's not performance. Performance should be 720. Okay, performance is like half resolution. It's still like in the 40s, right? 70 euros, but I guess it's still worth it, yeah. Sales happen frequently, you know. 70 euros. It'll be 15% off with Antitizer 15 as my code. You click on the link in the description, you'll get to my code there. That's 15% off, which I think is the maximum for non-sale period. And then sales period normally like 25%, 30% off. And then you wait for the big one in Cyber Monday. This is the M5 Pro MacBook Pro, yes. Let's skip this.
Can you feel the breeze, Yusuke? It fans the total destruction of Iga.
Nitro fires! The wind will spread them! Arrows! Watch yourselves!
Same FPS on the M3 Pro. Are you sure that's exactly the same running at 1440p? But not 1440p, okay. Performance is 25% resolution, so 720p. Scalability. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get this to get better resolution. Let's go medium. Can we get higher than 40? That's a weird thing about this game. Thursday is also the day that Crimson Desert comes out too, so it's going to be very interesting how this runs on the M5 Pro once that gets released. So this is medium now, okay? Am I going to test Crimson Desert? Most certainly will be testing it out on Mac.
Nitro fires! The wind will spread them!
So this is medium.
Watch yourselves!
Okay, so just to be clear here, 1440p Metal Effects set in performance with medium graphics preset. You bought Crimson Desert, couldn't resist. Yeah, I'd be very interested in trying it out very soon. Are the results satisfying? Yes. Just different games have different levels of performance expectations, right? Destroy the reinforced door. Use L3 to sprint and smash through the door. I don't think that's very realistic, even for a massive black guy in Japan. Okay, you're not going to just run through a door. The game looks so Ubisoft compared to Ghost of Yotai. I heard like quite muted reviews of Ghost of Yotai. What's my expectation? I have no idea how it's going to run. So there's been no pre-information about it running. I've tried to contact the PR, you know, the public relations form to get a key or something, but I'm not big enough an influencer to be able to get that. Even though they're like quite clearly pushing for a Mac release. It's easily one of the most anticipated games of the year, and Apple don't have any kind of information on it. Please tell me, okay, is the 16-inch MacBook Pro okay to carry? When I bought a 16-inch MacBook Pro, I had to buy a completely different backpack because it was killing my shoulders. Play day mode, yeah. I'm thankful they're porting to Mac. Yes, me too.
Another memory. Just fine particulate at this point. Listen carefully. Memories can be fractured, ignored, twisted. But what has been can never truly be lost. The past is power. Do you understand? Fujibaya Shinawe. The structural integrity of memories is solid. There is much for you.
I think 14 inch is okay. It's sweet spot for Max unless you play it on the go and really need the immersion. Yes. 16 inch. It's nice for video editing. I quite like it. But now that I'm traveling quite a lot more, I think maybe my next Mac should be 14 inch, not 16 inch.
You're not telling me everything. I can see it on your face. What was in Hattori Hanzo's letter?
The world is at many wars now, eh? Not just the ones Oda Nobunaga
For now, on the gaming studio, what gaming studio that are doing a lot of games on day one? There's absolutely no guarantee. I mean, it tends to be some of the indie titles are doing quite well. Slay the Spire 2 and Hades 1 and 2 and Silksong and stuff. Those are the big indie releases that do day one releases.
Tell me what to do. I can do it. I can help you.
The release recommended settings for Macs, yeah. It's a good looking game, this. Just, I don't know, boring. Anyone thinks Crimson Desert is going to be a flop. I really doubt it's going to be a flop, just based on what people's impressions for people's hunger for open world games. It won't be I really doubt it. But we'll see. It's only a few days away now. Probably one of the biggest Mac game releases of the year. Does anyone know what time on Thursday it's being released? Like, is it being released about this time on Thursday, or is it earlier? I can't remember. quite exciting to see. I think the company that made the game have released like Mac specs for us. So I think I'll have a look at that a bit later. The game has shown great promise and highly praised, so I doubt it's going to be a flop. Yeah, agreed. I didn't hear anything about this game until like last week, but it seems like overly ambitious, maybe I'm out of touch. It looks super ambitious. Osaka. I'm really sad I had to cancel my Japan holiday this April. Just because there's this whole Dubai Emirates thing. Good, finally got my refund the other day. Can I get this to so it's actually hitting 60 at this resolution, at these settings, which is interesting. But it shouldn't be capped or anything, we think. Just checking a release alongside all other platforms. Is that common among new games? This is actually super uncommon for a Mac game to have a simultaneous Mac and Windows release. Like Shadows was one that was relatively recent, I guess. But it hardly ever happens. Normally we're talking months or even a couple of years after release. Like for example, Hitman World of Assassination, right? That is literally years after that game came out, I think. And what else? What other big profile? Like Control? That Control was like literally years after the original came out on Windows PC. GTA 6 Mac native day one, trust me. Okay. Sakai Firearm District. That's great, it can autoplay for me, so I don't have to like figure out which way to go. GTA 6 Mac exclusive. I wonder how much Apple would have to pay to make that Mac exclusive. Like $1 billion a year or something for 10 years, 20 years, $2 billion a year. Because that's how much sales they'll lose on Windows PC and everything. GTA 6 is never coming to Mac. Yeah, I'm almost certain as well. It's just not going to happen. Is Death Stranding 2 going to be Mac OS native one day on PC? No, it's not. There's no Mac port announced. So the Windows version is coming on Thursday, so we're going to definitely test that. Should I wait for the supposed Ultra OLED MacBooks? I think that the current MacBook Pro screens are very good, so I wouldn't really worry about losing out on much. Running the M2 Air right now, okay. So actually, in several stretches of the open worlds where the ray tracing is turned off, right, we're actually capping out at 60 at medium, rendering at 720p, and it looks great. Looks like a good game. Okay, good. Happy with that test. Okay, I'm gonna do one more game test. Death Stranding was my favorite game, and I've managed to get 0 spoilers in Death Stranding 2. I've watched a couple of those trailers, and they look kind of nuts, right? Tandem OLED on iPad's actually clear different. I think this year, skip it. Yeah, fair enough. Depends on what you've got now, you know? I'm quite impatient when it comes to tech. Like, if you have a use for it now, there's no point like waiting for it. But if you're happy with what you got, then yeah. As long as you've got some form of Apple Silicon to work with, I don't see anything wrong with that. Just Stranding 2 is great, improves everything about the first one. What happened here? That should be working. Okay, Romanian viewer living in Japan. So yeah, I'm glad I could help with your questions. It's really hard to see what's happening here. What DLSS? Frame generation off, dynamic resolution off, VSync off, quality, okay, graphics set to high. Let's try this. So what did I do again? After 40p aspect ratio, 16:9, HDR, quality, graphics set to high. Let's do it. So apparently the T-pose animation has been fixed on M5 generation chips. I didn't test this out when I had the base M5 Pro, but we did test this out on the MacBook Air the other day, and it seemed to work, even though the MacBook Air's M5 is a bit too underpowered to do this. OLED only got good with companies managed to remove burn-in. Yes, I've been testing out a Samsung OLED, and I love it as a TV. M5 Pro looks to be a really strong Pro chip in this generation. Yes. So as a Romanian Gaijin Pedal 2874, what are you doing in Japan? As a job, or I'd love to live in Japan. So I actually had a holiday booked there for this April, and wanted to catch the end of Sakura, and I want to take my kids to Disney Sealand, and also Puroland as well. Yeah, sadly, not going to be able to. I might rearrange it for summer, but summer's bloody hot. Okay.
Should have stayed away, spiders.
Okay, we're almost at 60. We're almost at 60. What if we just tweak the DLSS a little bit more, like a teeny tiny bit more? Where's DLSS? Balanced. Oh, that's so close to 60. That is basically... Okay, let's restart this game, actually. That's so close to 60. Universal in Osaka. Yeah, next time I'll go. Select profile. New game. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. How do I skip? Yeah, I should go to Universal next time.
We're ready.
Yeah.
Are you good?
My niece used to be a Pure Land fan, but now she's a teenager, not so. Japanese summers. Yeah, my whole family are samurai fans, adults, teenagers, and children. So I think my wife and I went to Pure Land. She's a massive samurai fan. We went like in 2009, so it's been a long time. I want to go before they kind of grow out of it too much, because I've got a 14-year-old and a 9-year-old or 8-year-old who would have been turning 9 in Japan. I'm really sad to cancel that trip, but at least they're getting almost all my money back.
I will never let you go.
Normally skip cinematics in the pause menu. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Japanese summers are a thing, but we're going to be doing a Taiwanese summer. Yeah, so Pure Land is the like an indoor theme park in near Tokyo, which is all dedicated to all things Sanrio. So Hello Kitty, Cinnamoroll, Pompon all the good ones. And they have like big parades and shows, all in Japanese, but it's still a lot of fun to watch. Can I skip? No, skip cinematic. Here we are. That's so cool. The young souls are going. Hopefully they'll visit too. Which city do you live in, Gaijin Pedal?
Marco, why today? I'm so getting fired.
Oh, this looks so much better than it does on the MacBook Air M5. It's so much better. Okay, so let me just clarify again. So settings are displaying graphics. So it's 1440p being upscaled using advancement and DLSS, which is metal effects, and we're running at the high preset. This game looks gorgeous, right? So for the long time, this thing didn't work on a Mac. Well, it can reboot it, but the animations broke. But something about the M5 chip has some kind of special source in it, which allows us to work properly. Oh, you live in one of the 23 wards, quite close to Disneyland. Cool. Have you been to Disneyland or Disney Sea before? And would you say Disney Sea is worth it? I think I'm planning to go to Disney Sea at some point. Yeah, a lot of the multiplayer games aren't coming anytime soon, I'm afraid. If they're not coming to the Steam Deck, then they're not coming to Mac. Oh, I'm inside a thing. This game looks really good. Like, even compared to Spider-Man Remastered, which wasn't that old.
Thanks, MJ. Might need the new tech we've been cooking up too. No way. They're untested. Barely prototypes. But you brought them, right? No comment. Need bigger sidewalks.
As an open world game, it's pretty cool. How you fix the animation issues? I didn't fix them. Okay, I think the M5 chip generation has fixed it. So no one noticed really, because the base M5 chip isn't quite enough to run this game well. But now that we have like a pro level chip, right? This M5 generation, something about the hardware of the M5 generation is making this game work a lot better now. So this is 1440p with balanced preset at high graphics preset.
Look out! You okay? Yeah, but I think we found him. before he hurts someone or himself. That arm looks dangerous. He's really lost it this time. We gotta stop him, quick. Maybe he's hungry. To toss the big guy a snack. Let's send that debris right back to him. Open wide. What's the plan? Keep him busy. I got an idea.
There's a slight lag, very slight lag in between the scene changes. I'm not sure if that's meant to be in the original game.
Still angry after all these years, Marco? You should try yoga.
Wait, yeah, it's not T-posing because the M5 generation has some native graphics, whatever, which does something, which
Supposed to be a normal day. Teach physics, have awkward conversations in the teacher's lounge. Everything's gonna be okay. Gotcha. Spider-Man, think you can sign for this delivery? It's coming in hot. I'm there. I got him.
It removes some of the fluidity of the cutscenes because all the cutscenes are rendered in engine.
Let Mr. Air stick down, but not before he barked on my suit. He's not the only one. Sandman just puked out some new friends. What the? You can do that? Apparently. Need you now.
I'm curious how Metal Effects is hooking into DLSS. It's just a feature of the latest version of Game Porting Toolkit, something that they developed for some reason. It's not really clear why they did it. Why is Apple working on getting Metal Effects to work on DLSS? Surely it should be just quite straightforward for developers to just... I mean, Game Porting Toolkit is supposed to be for developers to test their games, not for users to play it. When am I going to try the M5 Max? Probably tomorrow. So you moved to Japan without much language loss. How did you fare? I think you could probably live in Japan without doing that, without that much knowledge. But I guess some of the admin would be really difficult. I imagine.
Almost there. How you holding up? Miles? Principal Evans called. Oh, man. Am I getting expelled? Hey, you're just cutting class. I abandoned students during a citywide emergency. Yeah, you're screwed.
How does Sandman create these little sand demons, sand fighters? I'm just logging the system. How's the M5 Pro? I am impressed with it in general. It's a good machine. I would swap my M3 Max for an M5 Pro, potentially. Because it seems similar level of performance, like very similar. But I don't intend to sell my M3 Max, so I'm okay for me. Maybe it means I can't play Spider-Man 2 though. Because this only really works on an M5 generation machine.
Guess he wasn't happy to reconnect. Yeah, not really the nostalgic type.
Let me just check the frame, the temperatures. When it's 3000, it's hardly anything. 82 degrees. It's not hot at all.
He's not listening. We gotta turn it up a notch. How? He hates water. His shoulder's already wet. Bet he's not a big fan of electricity then either. Read my mind.
I might have the opportunity to get transferred to Japan in the future for school, so I was curious so we'll have time to become completely fluent at all. Would be nice. Like I'm just saying, it's not as hard to learn to speak. Reading and writing is difficult. My dream is to move to Taiwan at some point in the future, but it's just in Japan, the cost of living compared to London is just so much cheaper. Yeah, learning to speak is okay, but reading and writing is a real issue. God, the graphics in this are so good. The cutscenes in this are nuts. Well, don't come out of the US. Cost of living is out of control. Earn in US dollars, spend in Japanese yen. That's the key. There's no other way to do it. I can't imagine being a Japanese salaryman and like earning nothing and then working for all hours of the day. Yeah, I guess we're... Okay, cool. Spider-Man working. Good. Happy with that. I guess I want to round out this test today with... I need more native games. I need maybe one more native game to cover. Let's see what we've got. Essentially, everything is 15% off right now. Yeah, with the weekend. I think it's way more than 15% off. It's like the cost of our apartment, like a Japanese Tokyo apartment, one LDK rent cost 193. Let's say it's 300,000. Yeah, that's very low. It's very low. and the food cost, like eating out, ramen restaurant, typical cost Japan. Yeah, so like 1,000 yen. It's £5 for a bowl of ramen. Oh my god. I've done Vigil before. Resident Evil 4 is really good on low end. What else can we try? Did I want to try Firmament? Relative to other Asian countries, everything is quite expensive. No. Compared to Taiwan, I think Japan is on sale as well. Taiwan is... Compared to Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore, right? The places that I want to be, that I know about, it's on sale. Yeah. Yeah, they pretty accurate. I was shocked when I went back to home in Romania. Prices were almost on par. Yeah. And we think of Japan as living in the future, but they're really living in the year 2000. Romania used to be cheap. Let me think, what else can I play? Let's see what I've got on my Steam. Well, something else. Yeah. Try some Paradox games. What Paradox games are there? I'm sad that this one didn't. I wanted to try this. I heard the bureaucracy is very bad. Stuff like key money, does that still exist? We have to pay an extra month's rent as a gift. Liza P. Okay, yeah, Liza P, good idea. Let's do it. You try the Arc game. Nah, I'm okay. Key money still exists, and some landlords also do not accept gaijin. Okay. Alternate is gaijin. Do they count as gaijin? Too much skincare. Bureaucracy is indeed quite bad, although it's worse in Romania. Don't know about other countries. Typically, other countries are quite fast moving. UK, I understand the issues, workaround stuff. In Japan, it just seems like there's a lot of stuff like I heard about, like banking is really complicated for some reason. You have to pay money to take money out of the ATM. I decided to grab this laptop on Saturday and I'm impressed with the games that you can play. Good job. Go Hogs for Life. What have you been playing on it? Just moved to Bali. £10 going to get you a week in a hotel. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration. Like a good hotel, maybe not. But yeah, I should go to Bali. Yeah, some ATMs close between certain hours, even though they're literally automatic teller machines. It doesn't make any sense. Like if they wouldn't close a vending machine. Like vending machines don't close. Don't have hours. Should be able to run it at this. By the way, you do the best Mac gaming coverage on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anubis DeathCode01. Appreciate it. I really love it if more people did this more kind of more. I wouldn't call it competition, but like there should be more like volume of people doing this because it just seems like it's a very ripe area for, well, you know. It doesn't really need metal effects. It's a high, and then off. High with metal effects off. Maybe we should start. I've changed maybe 9 or 10 Macs in the past 6 years. That makes you an expert then. The key thing is, what is Japan's returns policy on Apple laptops? Are you allowed to return them? That's a big thing. Yeah, what emulators are you using on the M5 Pro? It is looking much better to M5 one. FF11, I paid PlayStation 1 student. I think it's the best one. We can't provide parallels on M chips. 14, yeah. 14 runs well on 14 on Mac. The XIV on Mac. The lucky thing is that in here in Italy we have very few Apple stores. Yeah, this is no Metal Effects 1440p high, so it's pretty good. Is this the max setting? Yes. No, it's not the max setting, it's the high setting. I mean, I could try to run this on max, but I think it's probably better doing it on... Probably run this at 4K. Dum, dum, dum. Like, there's a big difference coming from Bloodborne to this, right, in terms of graphics. So if you can optimize this for the actual game, for the actual hardware, then it can look incredible, right? Oh, you bought the Max, the M5 Max. It uses quite low amount of memory for compared to like how it looks. I'll take Liza P. Better than Bloodborne. Okay. Probably just best if you want to play Bloodborne, just buy a PlayStation 4. They're so cheap now, right? And hackable too. Never got Blood Tribals never came to PC. I have to allegedly emulate it. Only if you own the original copy and if you have a valid license. Although, you know, Sony's not making more money from Bloodborne anymore, you know? It's not like if you go out and buy a second-hand copy that Sony gets any more money from it. Playing Where Winds Meet, it feels like the best game ever made. I couldn't really get into Where Winds Meet. I didn't really... Well, this guy's got so much health. Fatal attack. Mostly Spider-Man 2 Red Dead 2, focus on getting my emulation library moved over from Windows. Missed the ease of Retrobad. Yeah, Decky, there was a thing called like Steam Deck, no, Retro Deck or something. It's supposed to be coming out to the Mac. They announced it years ago. Yeah, I can't kill this dude. Still rocking my M1 Max. Wish I could run TOTK smoothly. I think that's just a tricky thing to emulate. I don't think it's like better on that. I don't think it's much better on this. Is this meant to be a training dummy? Seriously, I can't kill it. It's a training dummy. Lol. I was almost died. That's how bad I am at Souls-likes. I just can't play Souls-likes. I'm just bad at them. Speaking of which, I was thinking about doing the about running some TOTK. Let me just try it. Let's see how it works. Because like, if we throw some good hardware at it, unlike the And I wonder if this works better than, because I tested it on the M4 Air and it was not good. I tested it on the Neo and the M4 Air and it was not good. There's a boss head. No, I'm not going to play the boss. Okay, this is probably the last thing I want to test today. I'm actually quite efficient. What happens with faster Macs, right, is that I can actually get into games faster as well compared to like base M5 chip on the MacBook Air. So things copy faster, things load faster. You don't think the M5 Max is worth it? Yeah, I agree. Now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't have bought an M3 Max. I should maybe buy an M5 Pro. Maybe I'll buy this laptop. When I go to Taiwan, I'll buy this one, get the tech spec. Okay, let's do let's go docked. Well, they'll be getting the same performance on M5 Mac Mini, only if you buy the M5 Pro chip. The Mac Mini is going to have the base M5, which is going to be the same performance roughly as the MacBook Pro base M5, but this is the M5 Pro chip. Okay, this feels way smoother than on the MacBook Air. Still looks terrible though. Like it feels glitchy still. But it can hold a 30 FPS unlike the MacBook Air M5. It's probably worth trying the CMU port of Breath of the Wild at some point. Mac Minis are typically a steal, yeah. It has this this has this effect on the screen which just doesn't look so good. I think I'm not gonna test this out. Have I tried Xbox emulation? No, I haven't. Not for a long time anyway. I'm aware that there's a new Xbox emulator that's come out. But I haven't tried it personally. There's some controversy around it, right? Is it this one? No. Or was it Xbox 360? Not Xenia, but it was like a new thing. Yeah, Xenia OS, yeah. But people didn't like this. People didn't like it because it was like not part of the main emulator. Okay, guys, I think that is my stream for today. Slightly less than before because I actually covered way more games than I thought I would. So we've got Diablo 2 Resurrected, Pragmata, Helldivers 2, Settlers, Expedition 33, 7 Days to Die, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy 14, Dead Island 2, Cyberpunk 2077, Spider-Man 2, and Lies of Peace. That's 12 games. So what I'm going to do is like put this together into a video. I'll edit this evening. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow, same time, I'm going to do the M5 Max chip. So I'm going to schedule that for tomorrow morning. And then hopefully we will see what the M5 Max is capable of. And then I guess Thursday is going to be a very busy day for me and for everyone. We're going to be doing like, what time's Crimson Desert coming out? Crimson Desert release time. Simultaneously on all platforms at what time? 10 p.m. So, okay, well, Thursday night at 10 p.m. I'm going to be streaming some Crimson Desert then. That's looks like what I'm going to be doing. And probably going to do some Death Stranding during the day. What time is Death Stranding PC releasing? Death? So 2 p.m. So I'll do 2 streams that day. One for Death Stranding 2. I'm assuming it works. If it doesn't work, I won't stream it. But if it does work, then I will get that working. Okay. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you in the next stream. Thank you for all the super chats. See you later. Bye-bye.